which today will be offering Spanish. Then you will hear the live rendering of the comments in Spanish. And I'm just going to pause for a quick moment just to ensure that we're ready to go in this area. Perfect. Okay, so thank you so much. Today we're going to have Jeanette and Alda with us translating. So thank you so much for your time and wonderful language skills. Okay, so the next thing, Alda do the introduction. Okay.
Alda, can you please your introduction?
Fabulous. Okay, great. Thanks everybody for taking a quick pause there so we can get our services set up. I really appreciate that. The next thing that I wanted to talk through is the agenda for today's meeting. So in total, we have 17 agenda items, as you'll see on our agenda. We have a lot of work to get done ahead of us today. So for folks joining us online, we have that posted on the C2 website. We also have it here if anybody would like to take a look. I want to just point out that we have 5 items that are up for vote for our members today. And we have a total of 7 opportunities for public comment. So the public can join us and share their thoughts with us. And then another thought here is we will be opening it up 14 times for member dialogue. So post presentations, member can provide comments, questions, concerns. So if that's helpful to keep in mind as we get started. If you're a member of the public here with us in Sacramento and you'd like to make a comment, I request that you complete a speaker slip so I can call you by name at the appropriate time and that the record of this meeting can be full and complete. However, please note that this is a voluntary process. It is not obligatory. If you would like to complete a speaker slip, please turn those speaker slips into Shannon Serrato. Shannon, if you could please identify yourself. Thank you so much. And I will do my best to call upon everyone who supplied a slip for the agenda item and recognize those who wish to make a last minute comment as well. We also ask that folks that are joining us via Zoom or in other remote locations, as we have one more virtual location with us today, if you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand to signal that you would like to make a comment. We will first take comments in Sacramento, then we'll go to our virtual room Zoom, and then we'll wrap it up with our other virtual location. I do want to note that traditionally we allot 2 minutes for public comment, but should we have a lot of members, meaning more than 10 of the public that would like to comment on an item, we will reduce the speaking time to 1 minute just in order to get through the business of the board. So as I mentioned, we have a very full agenda today. We plan to end today's meeting around mid-afternoon, ideally 2:30. We'll see if we can get there. I appreciate everybody's patience. And we anticipate breaking for a 45-minute lunch around 12 p.m. today. Before I call this meeting to order, I just have a few quick reminders. If y'all could bear with me. I ask members of the advisory board and the public to please turn their phones on silent. Fabulous. We just better if we don't hear the dings in the middle, but it happens. And then we also ask that folks in the room be as quiet as possible. So as we know, there are ceiling mics here. It picks up a lot, and for accessibility purposes, we just don't want the background noise to interfere with the interpretation services. So for the same reason, if folks choose to step out during the meeting, currently we have our door open, but should the door close, please be very careful when you close it on your way out, just for that background noise disruption. Additionally, members of the public may notice that advisory board members and staff are accessing their laptops, phones, and other devices during the meeting. We want to be very clear that the reason why they're doing that is to access meeting materials in their electronic format. So I ask that, and also when members offer comment, please say your name before speaking. So the view that we're gonna have is a panned out view. We lost those like neat little Zoom boxes that had your name at the bottom. So just please feel free to say your name before you speak. I'll be giving those reminders throughout the day. As typically it's not common to say, hi, I'm Mary Kate. My comment is. So just a quick reminder there. And then lastly, I just want to share that today's meeting will be run in accordance with the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act as required by law. So just a friendly reminder there. Fabulous. So I'd like to call this meeting to order, and it is 10:11 a.m. And we're going to call roll to kick us off just to ensure that we have that quorum. So Member Chang. Present. Member Nunez, Curry Nunez, excuse me. Member Gamboa.
Present.
Member Gottlieb.
Present.
Member Jeditis. Member Largo. Member Lopez.
Present.
So fun fact, we have two new members. One is Member Lopez Valdez and one is Member Lopez. So just slight correction to the record. Member Lopez Valdez, present, correct?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Member Lopez Valdez. Member Levering. Present. Member Montes.
Present.
Member Nellum.
Present.
Member Navarez.
Present.
Member Nguyen.
Present.
Member Rodriguez.
Present.
Member Tagagi.
Present.
Member Viveros Walton. We have a quorum. Thank you so much. We'll now move on to agenda item 2, which is the introduction of our new advisory board members. So I'd like to remind the advisory board and the public that on August 9th at our governing board meeting, our governing board members selected new community engagement advisory board members. All 6 members have accepted their appointments and have been sworn in prior to today. So a big welcome to all of them. And my first ask in your new official capacity as members is for them to introduce themselves, because of course that would be far more entertaining than Mary Kate droning on about them. So we'll begin with Member Gottlieb.
Good morning. My name is Adam Gottlieb. I serve as the Director for Post-Secondary Strategy and Policy for Unite LA, policy advocacy organization down in Los Angeles that focuses on Cradle-to-Career work, especially as we relate to making sure students have equitable access to education and workforce opportunities.
Thank you so much, Member Gottlieb. This is an alphabetical order, so we're next going to go to Member Tagagi. I should say first name, not last name.
Hi everyone, it's nice to be here. I'm Alexis Takagi. I'm a doctoral student at Santa Clara University, where I'm getting my doctorate of education in social justice leadership with an emphasis on academic retention. I'm also a commissioner on the California Student Aid Commission. I just started the 2nd year of my term representing the independent nonprofit sector. And I'm also outreach coordinator at Stanford University School of Engineering, where I spearhead diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. And I'm really excited to be here. Thank you.
Next up, we have Member Carla Lopez Valdez. And as we mentioned, she is our member who's in an offsite location. So please feel free to unmute yourself.
Good morning, everyone. Carla Lopez Valdez. I am the Associate Director at Para los Niños, a Los Angeles-based nonprofit that works to support families and children through a holistic approach. I've been in this work for about 15 years, really focusing on policy and advocacy through a communication, a community engagement lens. And also I'm currently pursuing my doctorate, and my dissertation is focused on the journey of community college students in the LA area. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Member Lorenzo Gamboa.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lorenzo Gamboa. I'm also a doctoral student at Santa Clara University, currently focusing on the male retention or dropout rate of rural first-generation male Latinos. I've also am the Director for Diversity, Inclusion, and Outreach at Santa Clara University, my alma mater, where I've been there now for almost 2 decades as the admission officer.
Thank you. Okay, And we also will have an introduction from member Mike Nguyen. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Nguyen. I'm a native of San Jose, California, and a first-year undergraduate at the University of California at Berkeley. Prior to this post, I served as a commissioner at large of Santa Clara County, specifically on the Youth Task Force. And also I served as a team leader at Second Harvest, a Silicon Valley food bank. I'm passionate about uplifting equity, especially in education and the public sector. So thank you so much.
And I do want to note that there is one more member. It's our 6th member, but unfortunately they weren't able to be with us today, and that's member Lopez. And so the advisory board members, as well as the public, can look forward to meeting her in March at our next meeting, and she'll introduce herself. So we'd like to officially welcome these new members, and let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much and welcome. And I want to plant the seed that I would like a photo for C2C of the 4 of you. Carla in spirit, member Lopez Valdez in spirit, before we enter today. So we're going to get into our next agenda item, which is the presentation on the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. It will be given by Julia Blair, our general counsel. As we have 6 new members joining the advisory board, I thought that this would be, a great presentation and then some helpful reminders for our currently seated members. So please, Julia Blair, kick us off.
Good morning, board members. My name is Julia Blair. As Mary Kate mentioned, I'm the General Counsel and Chief Privacy Officer at C2C, and I wish that I could be there to meet you in person, but I look forward to meeting many of you at the next in-person board meeting when I can be there. So the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act covers all state boards and commissions, including those advisory boards created by the legislature. Additionally, Education Code Section 10865, which establishes the advisory board, specifies that the advisory board is subject to Bagley-Keene. Generally, Bagley-Keene, or what I'll refer to as the Act, requires bodies covered by it to publicly notice their meetings, prepare agendas, accept public testimony, and conduct their meetings in public unless specifically authorized by the Act to meet in closed session. The purpose of the Act is to allow members of the public to attend and participate as fully as possible in the state body's decision-making process. Next slide, please. So one of the requirements of the Act is that an agenda for the meeting be published 10 calendar days before the meeting. Typically, this is done by publishing it on the board's website. We are also required to send a copy via email or written copy to any interested parties who have requested to be put on a mailing list for such notices. Next slide. So the agenda items should be drafted to provide interested laypersons with enough information to allow them to decide whether to attend the meeting or to participate in that particular agenda item. Typically, bodies should not schedule items for consideration at particular times unless they assure that the items will not be considered prior to the appointed time. And that's to make sure that people join the meeting and can see the item if they've been listed at a specific time. Our practice in general is not to have times listed on our agenda so that we don't end up running into problems with timing. It's also important to identify whether any board action will take place. Is the item informative? Is it discussion? Or is the board going to be taking a position or voting on an issue? Occasionally, a board's discussion may go from discussion to action. If the board believes that might happen, then it's important to state that on the agenda. And we typically do this, and it's been opined by the Attorney General's office that you can comply with this by boldly stating at the top of your agenda that any item may be considered for action. So that's why you'll often see something listed as informative or action, but that doesn't preclude action on another item that wasn't listed as action, as long as that statement's there. The notice and agenda requirement apply to both open and closed meetings. There's a tendency to think that agendas need not be prepared for closed session items because the public cannot attend. But the public's ability to monitor closed session directly depends upon the agenda requirement, which tells the public what is going to be discussed. Next slide, please. So when we talk about what meetings are covered by Bagley-Keene, one thing to keep in mind is the rule of three. So in addition to explicitly applying to things like the advisory board, the act also applies to those advisory bodies having 3 or more members that are created by formal action of another body. So for example, should the advisory body delegate to a subcommittee of at least 3 members to look at a certain issue and then to advise the board, those meetings would also be subject to Bagley-Keene. However, if there were 2 or less, they would not be. So you've also maybe heard of serial meeting or wheel and spoke, and that has to do with using an intermediary to do serial communications, which could be considered a violation of Bagley-Keene. So in practice, that means we're really careful when we're giving communications to the entire advisory board to make sure that there's no reply all function or anything that would be considered a discussion between the members outside of a public meeting. Next slide, please. So another requirement under the act is that a quorum be established in order for the board to take action on items. So what is a quorum? The quorum is the minimum number of members needed to vote on an issue. Well, the quorum is the minimum number to take action on any item. It's a protection against only a limited number of board members being present to take action and represent a limited view. For this advisory board, because it's 16 members, 9 members is a quorum. Pursuant to the governance board manual, for this advisory board, taking action on a vote requires a simple majority of those present. So I can just give you an example. If we have 12 members present today, it would require 7 in order to vote and pass a motion. Next slide, please. Okay. The public's opportunity to participate is key to the foundation of our government. So it's important to remember that one of the reasons that Bagley-Keene exists and that the government has chosen to have certain decision-making happen and open with public participation is to allow the public the opportunity to speak and to provide them with the opportunity to participate. Public comment should be taken on each agenda item. The public should always have the opportunity to comment before any vote is taken. And while it is our practice to encourage public commenters to fill out a speaker slip during meetings, this is voluntary and no person can be prohibited from speaking because they do not want to identify themselves. The act does permit the board to set reasonable limitations on speakers, such as a time limit, which for the governing board has typically been 2 minutes per speaker, unless there are a certain number of speakers present that want to speak, and then that may be limited. Next slide, please. So closed session. There are limited times when discussions or actions by the board will not happen publicly. In that case, there's typically 1 staff member present to record the topics discussed and the decisions made. Additionally, the meeting notice has to generally state what is being discussed in closed session. So for example, if it's litigation or one of the other exceptions, like an employment related decision, performance evaluation, that would be identified generally as the topic so that the public's aware of what's being discussed in closed session. And closed session minutes must also be taken, but those are confidential. They do not get shared publicly. They do not get voted on. They are just kept as a record in case there was some sort of action challenged or other litigation related reason that those minutes might be pertinent. And I typically work with the board to try to identify how to make sure those minutes are properly memorialized, and then I will store them. Next slide, please. So another, other than the closed session, voting on items on the agenda must be done during open session. And so, as I said before, per the governance manual for the advisory board, that requires a majority of those present in order to take action. Next slide, please. And with regard to proxy voting, which questions have come up before, there are certain governing board members as specified in statute that are authorized to delegate participation and voting privileges to an alternate. However, advisory board members do not have this explicit authorization. And with regard to voting by proxy, the Attorney General's office has specifically opined that it is not authorized. And really, if you think about everybody that gets sworn, you do your swearing in, you're specifically picked for what you bring. And the whole point is that your participation is in public. So the reason why we don't allow proxy is because your reasoning for why you would tell them to vote that way is not being shared. You're not being physically present. So that's really what that comes down to. Next slide, please. So the Act does provide for audio and visual teleconference meetings for the benefit of the public and the body. When a teleconference meeting is held, each site from which a member of the body participates must be publicly noticed in the notice, and it must be accessible to the public. Hence, a member cannot participate from his or her car or from their home unless the home is open for the public for the duration of the meeting. All proceedings must be audible and votes must be taken by roll call when it's done via teleconference. All other provisions of the Act also apply to teleconference meetings. So for these reasons, we recommend that a properly equipped and accessible public building be utilized for teleconference meetings. This section does not prevent the body from providing additional locations from which the public may observe the proceedings or address the state body by electronic means. Finally, unless the law changes, the public location, again, must be listed on the agenda, must be available to public, and must comply with the ADA. Additionally, the agenda notice has to be posted at each teleconference location. So given the purposes of Bagley-Keene, well, actually, let me step back a minute. Recently, there have been some questions, and after the rules of Bagley-Keene were slightly modified during the COVID pandemic, and there was a lot more teleconference participation, the question has arisen as to whether or not it's permissible for members of a body to participate from an out-of-state teleconference location. Given the purposes of Bagley-Keene, which is to permit public participation by the California public, because it's a California law, in public meetings, it is my opinion that an out-of-state teleconference location would not meet the intent of the law. However, this is not explicitly stated in the Act. There is at least one example of a state entity that did allow and notice out-of-state teleconference locations for members, but that decision was subsequently criticized in the press. Specifically, opponents of this practice say Californians should be able to address their government officials in person, which cannot happen in out-of-state locations. Next slide. So when talking about what can you do under the Open Meeting Act in terms of communicating with your other advisory board members outside of a meeting, to avoid running afoul of Bagley-Keene, just avoid talking about the business covered by the board. So if you're at a social engagement or a conference, and there's more than one other member present, just be aware of what you talk about. Talk about your family or your other professional activities or something not related to board work. And so you might not legally violate the Open Meeting Act depending on what you're talking about, but it also can be a perception issue. You don't want the public to think that you're discussing business of the board outside of a board meeting. So what are the consequences for a violation of Bagley-Keene? Well, the biggest one is that actions may be overturned if there's a violation of Bagley-Keene. Then you have to restart the whole process. It kind of delays whatever business you're trying to accomplish. There can also be lawsuits, and that's why there's case law out there interpreting Bagley-Keene. And that in those situations, that's a liability of cost to the agency, because should the person bringing litigation prevail, those lawsuit and court costs would be borne by the agency. And then this is really never a situation that I think would arise for our body, but it is a misdemeanor crime for a board member to intentionally try to violate and deceive the public by violating Bagley-Keene provisions. Next slide, please. So because it's so important, I'm just going to go back and sort of finish up with a reminder about public comment. So the public has various opportunities to participate. One approach is to open the meeting with general public comment, basically asking the public to voice any issues not on the agenda. Then the public also participates by having the opportunity to provide public comment on each item before a vote is taken. And again, as we said, identity does not have to be revealed, although we do ask for voter slips when they're willing to share. And members should not receive written comment from a member of the public. If a member of the public would like to turn something in for a member to view, it should be sent to the office so that it can be disseminated to all members. So I just kind of flagged that because it could be that somebody will come up to you and say, hey, I want to talk to you about this board item that you're going to be looking at, or submit comment on it. And it would be best to direct them to send that to Mary Kate. Okay, next slide, please. So that concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to take any questions or comments from members. If you have a specific question about something I didn't cover or about something I did cover that wasn't clear, please feel free to ask.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you, Julia Blair, for that presentation. And as she mentioned, let's open it up. So, any thoughts? Member Marcos.
Hi, this is Marcos Montes. I had a quick question. I used to serve on a student board, and I think we were governed by a different Open Meetings Act. So I wanted to check on this one, which is our private communication that happens during the meeting, can those be public records, right? Because we were advised in that other board, like our text messages that we do during, like that happen during the meeting, or private email communication, can those be, I guess, considered public records?
If they are not pertaining to the business of the body, then I do not think that those would be subject to any sort of public disclosure. I would, again, caution and be mindful that the perception by the public could be that you're, texting somebody else on the board or somebody outside about what's happening. So I would just recommend prudence in deciding when to do that. But as was discussed previously, in this age of electronic materials, people are constantly using things. That doesn't mean they're trying to thwart public participation. They may be looking at materials that are publicly available. But to answer your question directly, I do not think that it would be, if they're private and not related to the business of the board, then I do not think they would be a public record.
Any other members? Yeah, please.
One thought. This is Mary Ann Bates. In some of our other meetings, we've gotten questions from members of the public about whether Cradle-to-Career will continue to permit members of the public to give public comment virtually, even now that we're meeting in person, and just wanted to share that we will continue to plan to do that. So people are, of course, welcome to submit public comment here in Sacramento, but our intent is, even under the, going back to the old rules now of Bagley-Keene, will continue to preserve that option for people to comment via Zoom so that people across the state can participate.
Thank you. Okay, hearing no other questions, comments, or concerns, we'll wrap up this agenda item. So thank you so much, Julia Blair. Wonderful presentation. Okay, so we'll move on to agenda item 4, which is the approval of the March 28 advisory board meeting minutes. So are there any additions or corrections to those meeting minutes from members? Hearing none, we'll move to the next slide. Perfect. May I have a motion to approve the March meeting minutes as submitted?
I, Michelle Chang, move to approve the community engagement meeting minutes for March 28th as submitted.
I have a motion. May I have a second?
I, Lisa Rodriguez, second the motion.
Perfect. We have a motion and a second. So before we vote, let's pause for public comment. So If there's anybody that would like to comment on this agenda item, please keep your comments limited to the March 2023 meeting minutes. And I have no speaker slips at this time. Just checking in if there's anybody in Sacramento that would like to make a comment about this. Seeing none. Let's check in virtually. Shannon Serrato, I apologize. Could you let me know if there's any members that have their hands up that like to comment on this?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, seeing no hands raised in our Zoom space, let's check in with member Valdez Lopez. Can we confirm if there's any public comment from you, member Valdez Lopez?
No public comment here.
Fantastic. Hearing no public comment on this item, we will wrap it up and we will take this to a vote. So again, we have a motion and a second to approve the March 2028 meeting minutes, and we'll do a roll call. So member Chang.
Aye.
Member Curry. Nunez.
Aye.
Member Gamboa.
Aye.
Member Gottlieb. Member Juditas. Member Largo. Member Lopez. Member Lopez Valdez.
Abstain.
Member Leverin.
Aye.
Member Montes.
Aye.
Member Nellum.
Aye.
Member Navarez.
Aye.
Member Nguyen.
Abstain.
Member Rodriguez.
Aye.
Member Takagi.
Abstain.
And for the clarity of the record, we have 8 ayes, 0 nays, and we have 4 abstentions. So the motion passes. Thank you very much, members. Moving on to agenda item 5, which is the approval of the June 6th advisory board meeting minutes. Are there any additions or corrections to this set of minutes from members? Hearing none, I'd like to open it up for a motion.
I, Meredith Curran Nunez, move to approve the data and tools and community engagement meeting minutes from June 6, 2020.
Thank you. I have a motion. May I have a second?
I, Jackie Navarez, second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Let's open this up again for public comment. Okay, Sacramento location, no speaker slips. Seeing no comments in the room, we'll move to our Zoom location. Shannon Serrato, again, please, thank you. Can you let me know? We have no hands raised in our virtual space on Zoom. Member Lopez Valdez.
No
Confirming that
comment
you-
here. Sorry.
Fabulous. Confirming that you have no public comment in your space as well. So we'll wrap up public comment and we'll take a vote. So again, for the clarity of the record, we have a motion and a second to approve the data and tools and community engagement meeting minutes. Roll call vote, starting with member Chang.
Aye.
Member Curry Nunez.
Aye.
Member Gamboa.
Abstain.
Member Gottlieb.
Abstain.
Member Juditas. Member Largo. Member Lopez. Member Lopez Valdez.
Abstain.
Member Leverin.
Aye.
Member Montes.
Aye.
Member Nellum.
Aye.
Member Navarez.
Aye.
Member Nguyen.
Abstain.
Member Rodriguez.
Aye.
Member Takaki.
Abstain.
Perfect. For the clarity of the record, we have 7 ayes, no nays, and 5 abstentions. The motion passes. Thank you so much. For the clarity of this motion, we have our upcoming data and tools advisory board meeting on October 12th. So if they approve this, then we'll get these meeting minutes out of their draft form on our website and up without that watermark. Very exciting. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's move on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item 6, an update on the Cradle-to-Career office. I will be passing it over to Marianne Bates, our executive director, who will provide an update on the progress of the office, hiring, the progress of the data system, as well as our 12-month work plan and our strategic plan. So.
Thank you so much. This is Marianne Bates speaking. What I'll do now is give you an update that's similar to the kind of update that I also give at our governing board meeting. And I'd like to share with you what we're doing as an office so that you have that information, you can take that into consideration in your work. And this is one of the agenda items where I really welcome your comments and feedback. Would love to hear how this is resonating with you. Any ideas, informal, is fine on how we can really strengthen our work. So that's what I'd like to share with you today. Next slide. So to get started, 1 year ago, August a year ago, we developed an ambitious 5-year timeline that was essentially building off of the 5-year timeline that was developed during the planning process. And we created an annual work plan last year that then guided our work in the fiscal year that just closed. At the time, only one of our current directors was already on board. That was Dan Lamery. And I created this work plan, fingers crossed that we'd be able to hire an amazing team to actually move the work forward, which we have been able to do. And so I'm just really grateful for the team members who've joined and our ability to move the work forward over the past year. Next slide, please. So this is too small to read, but I want you to just kind of experience the green check marks in the first 2 columns. So what this represents, this is the 5-year projected timeline that we worked on last August, so just over a year ago. So the green column in year 1, that was 21-22. The second column that's purple, that's fiscal year 22-23. So that's the fiscal year that just concluded at the start of July. And the kinds of, if you look on our website, you can look at our 5-year projected timeline and read this in more depth on your own time. But the main thing that I want to highlight from this is that our work really advanced in terms of hiring the team and operations, in terms of the build of the analytical data set, doing engagement, and working with our partners to bring the practical tools for students to scale. There are 2 things that have partial check marks incomplete on there that I just want to be very transparent about. One is our work to secure new space for our office. So we're currently at 400 R Street in space that we inherited from California's work on the census that was done a couple of years ago. So it was a great landing place. We were able to just move in, take over their sea of cubicles and get started on our work. But the sea of cubicles doesn't leave a lot of room for you all to meet. And so we're grateful that the foundation has hosted us graciously for our public meetings, but we're very excited about the work that my colleague Leslie is leading to develop new space for our office. So by next year sometime, we hope to be in new space that really prioritizes a large meeting room for your meetings as boards, for community engagement, and for all of that. And then also, some small offices for us around the edge. So we're excited about that. We're working closely with DGS to get through all of the state's processes to secure new leases and plan for moves and then actually get that done. The other piece that I'm very excited, I'll tell you more about in a moment, is the build of the analytical data system. Going through the PAL process and our procurements for that took more time than we had anticipated last August. So even though our accelerated timeline is still on track to receive data this fall, we weren't able to complete that in the last fiscal year. So that's the partial check marks you see in the 3rd section there overall. So if you want to dig into the 5-year timeline in more detail, happy to, but just wanted to give you a big picture overview. For the next part of my presentation, I'd like you to refer to the 12-month work plan that's in your meeting materials. Again, the slides are going to show screenshots so you can see by color what page we're on, but it's going to be too small for you to read on the slides. And for members of the public listening in, again, in the meeting materials for today's meeting, you can find the 12-month work plan. So this is the work plan that we're now working on in this current fiscal year that just started. It's tailored to a strategic plan that our governing board developed. So we supported our governing board in developing a multi-year strategic plan that's also available on our website. And that strategic plan articulates some very concrete measurable goals. It's clear about what problems we're trying to solve in each area of our work and where we want to be by 2023, by 24, by 25, by 26. So if you'd like to take a closer look at the strategic plan, I welcome you to do that. But for now, I just want to highlight a few quick things from the 12-month work plan. So operations, as I mentioned a moment ago, we're planning to move to new space. We're very excited about that, so I won't say more about that in detail since we already covered that. But the operations page of our strategic plan really focuses on what it takes to build our work as a brand new entity within the state. The other thing I'll plug is we've hired our 16 positions. We'll be hiring quite a bit between now and the end of the calendar year. We had 10 new positions approved in the budget this summer, which we were very grateful for. So as we post those jobs and send them your way with alerts, would really be grateful. I know so many of you have been great about amplifying them on LinkedIn and other forms of social media. It really makes a difference, and we'd love for you to continue amplifying those for us. Next slide. Analytical data. So this is about the work of our analytical data system, the underlying linked data set that's going to provide the foundation for our dashboards, the query builder, and the research data request process. So our timeline is that we expect the first data submissions this fall. In the month of October, we've been working closely with our partners on that. I'll describe that in more detail in a moment. And then the annual cadence after that is we expect to receive data from our partners every March of each year. So this analytical data set, it's not real-time data. I think it's important for us to be clear about that. So in March, we'll receive data from our partners, largely for the prior academic year. Then we'll link it together with the existing longitudinal data, and that provides the foundation for creating and updating dashboards. So we're excited about that. And with all of this work, we've had an intense focus on data security and data privacy. Our governing board data provider members have all nominated someone from their agency, usually the Chief Information Security Officer, to participate in the standing task force that we host, where they review our data security protocols and ensure that we're getting their input and review and how we're building the data system and ensuring we're following all the applicable California and federal laws and doing everything we can to really protect the security and the privacy of the Californians' information that we'll be stewarding. Also have a focus on being user-centered and ensuring we're hearing from the public and hearing their input in a targeted way as we decide how to design these dashboards and products. Next slide. Okay, we're now on the green page of the 12-month work plan entitled Practical Tools, and wanted to highlight just a few things. One is this student experience audit. So for those of you who were here last year, you'll remember that we're required by statute to conduct what's called a student experience audit each year. And we see this as an opportunity to hear directly from students, to hear directly from guidance counselors and others who are working with them, to hear about what burdens, what barriers are they facing. Right now, we're focusing especially on the transition from high school to college and targeting that work. So my colleague Judy is spearheading that work with our contractors who are doing this audit for us. And we've sent you some information about this being live and really appreciate you supporting the work by sharing the survey with those in your network and continuing to share your ideas with us of how we can reach students across the state and really hear directly from them so that we can ground our work in the real experiences that students are having. And then the work in this part of our work specifically depends a lot on partnerships. So if you're zooming in and looking at this at your screen, the second half of the page is all about the work that our colleagues at the californiacolleges.edu are doing with different data partners to ensure that there are real-time data flows and improvements made to facilitate the college planning and application process. And we're also doing new work with our partners at the Chancellor's Office on eTranscript California, the community college platform for transferring transcripts back and forth across higher education. And we're launching a task force this fall with our governing board to really reimagine that work together with the Chancellor's Office so that we can make that a smoother process that advances equity for students. Next slide, please. Engagement. So this is the work that my colleague Shannon Storado leads, and want to just highlight that the work in engagement really starts with listening to and learning from our communities. So you'll see on this work plan, there is a lot of important work about us telling our story, sharing the resources and dashboards that we're putting together and ensuring that people learn about them. But before all of that happens, we want to make sure we're hearing directly from communities as well. So our community conversations, our targeted user-centered design work, all of that is intended to ensure we build things that are actually useful and people will actually use. So that's our work in engagement. And then the last page of the 12-month work plan is all about the work of the board. So this is the page in yellow. This provides an overview of your annual cadence and of the governing board's annual cadence, showing in which month the governing board takes different actions and some of the work that you have as advisory boards as well. So you can see members are appointed in the first quarter of the fiscal year, and then the recruitment for the next round starts again in the spring. So this is just an overview of the work of our boards here at Cradle to Career overall. Next slide. All right, let's talk a little more about hiring. So as I mentioned, we have filled the initially authorized team size of 16 people on our team. We have 10 more positions that will be filling this fall across our different areas of work. So the areas of work you just saw, from engagement to our work with our boards, the data infrastructure, data programs, we'll be filling slots, I think, in all of those teams. I'm looking at Leslie. So there's really an opportunity for a wide range of skill sets and different people's interests to be a part of the team. So really appreciate your amplifying those job postings when we put them out. And the other thing I wanted to highlight is that the importance of having members of our team who have deep experience within the state. Because in my role as an executive, I'm ultimately accountable for the work of the office and get credit for success. But the reality is that most institutions, Cradle to Career included, function based on the treasure of institutional memory that longtime public servants have, and who know the context, who understand the procedures, who understand the nuances of the law. And so even though, by definition, Cradle to Career is brand new, so we don't have a lot of institutional memory within Cradle to Career specifically, but we have multiple people on our team who have deep experience within the state. So Leslie Taylor comes to us with more than a decade of experience at the Department of Education. We have Moni Chitneni, who's our principal data architect, and she comes again with many years of experience and is a longtime leader in technology within the state. We have Mike Araki, who's our Chief Information Security Officer. He's serving as a retired annuitant, came back from retirement because he is so excited about the Cradle to Career effort. And then Julia Blair, who you heard from a moment ago. She brings extensive experience within the state and has served as legal counsel for multiple C2C data providers and is an expert on data sharing and data privacy. And then Mary Kate, of course, literally wrote her thesis about public governing boards and has extensive experience running boards and supporting the work of boards here at the state. So we're very grateful for her work as well. So those of us at Cradle to Career who are new to the state, myself included, are benefiting tremendously from our colleagues who have deep experience here within the state. And one thing I'm very proud of, each member of the team has been handpicked. We've been very, very fortunate to build a team where everyone is bringing exactly the kinds of experience that they need for the work they're doing. And you can see more of their bios and pictures and get to know the team in your onboard resources as well. So really encourage you to do that and get to know them today over lunch as well. We have some of the members of the team here. All right, next, analytical data. So a couple of updates on where we are. So procurement and build updates. We completed a contract this year with our next phase system integrator. So we're working with Deloitte, and they've been working with us to accelerate the build of the data system, and that's been going smoothly. We also earlier this year completed contracts for 4 strike teams. So think of this as like essentially tailored expertise we can tap that's tailored to our technology stack, which is Amazon Web Services, Snowflake. Those are basically where the data is housed and how it's organized. And then Tamer is the solution we have for linking the underlying records and ping for identity resolution. So this is how we're building the analytical data work overall. Next slide. And 9 of our data providers are planning to submit their P20W data points this fall. So who is that? That's the Department of Education. It's the community colleges, California State University, University of California, the Student Aid Commission, the California Teacher Credentialing Commission, Department of Healthcare Services, Department of Social Services, and the Employment Development Department. I want to voice over all of our acronyms up here on the screen. So those are the 9 data providers who are planned to submit data early on in the data system. We've worked with them over the last year to define detailed file upload specifications that are going to provide the foundation for the public data dictionaries that will make it much easier for researchers and members of the public to understand exactly what fields are being pulled from these different data sources and how that will come together in our data system. So super grateful to our data providers for all of the work that they've been doing with Dan Lamoury and the team. Next slide. So I wanted to highlight something that's on our website. This Data Elements by Provider PDF is, you can find it by going to our resources page and then clicking on the links from there. This is your cheat sheet. I know you're familiar with it. It's a PDF that basically has columns with X's that shows which data points are coming from which data providers. So if you want a quick and easy overview of which data we're receiving from the different data providers, you can see that there. And then this pie chart is essentially tallying up the X's in that spreadsheet. So it's showing how many data points we're receiving from the different data providers. And I want to highlight, this looks really different depending on the different data providers. So you can see Employment Development Department, EDD, we're not getting a ton of data points from them. But one really crucial data element we're getting from them is the base wage file. This is the file that comes from the unemployment insurance information, where we can see whether someone earned something in a given quarter, how much, and what the industry of occupation was. So that's not a large quantity of data points, but that's going to provide the foundation for a lot of really important questions that have to do with whether people are earning a living wage. So if you look at our plan dashboards, many of them have some component of earnings in there. Right now, that's all coming from EDD. So even though they're not sending us a ton of data in terms of number of data points, what they're sending is really crucial. And then on the opposite end of the spectrum, you can see CDE is by far our largest data provider. They're sending us a very large number of data points from K-12, and there's a huge breadth and depth to the data that they're sending us. Our higher education partners as well, you can see we're getting quite a lot of data from our public higher education segments. So it really ranges. Each provider has unique data they're contributing and unique needs and how they need to share that with us. And our team has been working closely with them to prepare for the first data transmissions this fall. Next slide. So expected timeline. This is how we do things at Cradle-to-Career. We try to be transparent about our timeline, even when it's scary to do so, because you never know what might come up. So this is the timeline as we currently understand it and what we expect and are working very hard to pull off. So in August, we worked with our data providers to finalize this file upload specifications. In September, so this is the work of this month, our Security Policies Task Force is working hard to review the system security plan. That's a very, very long document that details very specifically exactly what security protocols we're putting in place. And their data providers are also receiving a data dictionary draft for their review and feedback to make sure that nothing got lost in translation and we're accurately representing what data they're sharing with us. And then our expectation, if all of those tasks in September can be completed on time, our expectation is that we will open the door, if you will, for them to submit data to us in the month of October. And that'll be the first data submission. We're very excited about that. And then, as I mentioned, every March thereafter, we'll be having the data submitted as well. A few quick highlights. So eTranscript California, as I mentioned, we're collaborating with community colleges, Chancellor's Office to develop plans on what a future for eTranscript can be. And CaliforniaColleges.edu, the Department of Education and CCGI signed an MOU earlier this year and are working to now share data with each other to enable universal basic accounts for all 6th to 12th grade public school students. So we're very excited about the progress that's being made and helping that resource be available across the state. Next slide. Executive orders. We had an exciting few weeks here at Cradle-to-Career. The governor signed Executive Order N1123, which directs the state's top public education and workforce leaders to develop a proposed new master plan on career education. And the spirit of this is that it's really about integrating and aligning programs that have been funded by the state's historic investments, especially over the last few years. And next slide, please. We're excited. Cradle-to-Career was mentioned in 2 paragraphs of this executive order and the whereas clauses, and highlighted both our work in linking the data for the data system and making that available for decision-making, and the work with our practical tools, with CaliforniaColleges.edu, with eTranscript California, highlighting the importance of making it easier for people to develop career pathways, have hands-on learning, develop real-life skills, and make that visible to people. And this concept was highlighted by the governor in the Q&A when he signed the executive order and framed it as a career passport. So the idea that things other than a formal 4-year or 2-year degree can help shed light on the skills that you have. And so we'll be working with our partners this fall and into next year to explore how we can deliver on this and really develop resources and tools that are useful and meaningful for Californians. Okay, last thing. Last year, we got a request from one of our advisory board members about information on Cradle-to-Career leadership demographics as part of a larger report on the demographics of education leaders in the state. So our governing board discussed this at one of their meetings and highlighted that sharing that information really fits with our values of transparency and equity. So at the governing board's request, we supported the governing board in collecting that information. And if you can go to the next slide, again, this will be too small to read easily, but there's a blog on our website. So members of the public, if you'd like to see this, go to our newsroom and then you can click on the blogs and you can see. We provided an opportunity for the governing board to self-report their information. This year's survey asked only about race and ethnicity and gender, but also gauge the governing board's thoughts about whether they would like us to collect additional information in the future about lived experiences that reflect Californians, such as first generation English learners, socioeconomic status. So I can voice this over if that would be helpful. On the demographic data, we had 1 decline to state, 4 Asian or Asian American, 1 Black or African American, 4 Latina, Hispanic, Mexican American, 1 multiracial, 0 Native American or Indigenous, and 8 white. And again, this was self-reported in an open field, and then our team aggregated the information. Next slide. We also asked about gender, and our board had 0 non-binary or transgender, 1 declined to state, 10 female, 10 male, and we have a total of 21 members of the governing board. So I wanted to share that. One question for you as advisory board members is whether you would like our office to support you in collecting your demographic information and also sharing that on our website. So that's something that you can think about and let us know. But at this time, I'd like to open it up for any questions, comments, or thoughts.
Perfect. Thank you, Marianne Bates, for that update. It's just been amazing to hear and see the hard work of the office and everything coming to fruition, right? And as Marianne Bates just mentioned, I would, if members would be amenable to it, like to hear thoughts on that demographic data, but we can, you all can show us where you'd like to start. If that's questions, comments, or concerns, I'll open it up to you all.
I do have a question. Michelle Chang, thank you for sharing about the data that we're collecting in the fall. We're really excited from the 9 providers. How far back are we going in terms of the longitudinal data?
That's a great question. It varies a bit by data provider. I would say 10 to 15 years for most. So it's going to vary a little bit by data provider and by data points, but we'll be starting with quite a nice amount of data. Or if you'd like to look at that in detail, there's a part of our website, in addition to the cheat sheet that just shows the X's, there's a part of our website that spells out the data points in more detail. If you look at the upcoming plan data points, and in each of those data points, there are years listed. That is the year that was identified during the planning process as the expected start date for the data. We will update our website once the work on the data dictionaries is complete. So what's currently on our website is going to be updated, and some of that is going to change a bit, but what's on our website right now is a rough approximation. So if you're curious about specific data points, you can look at the website and see when it says the start year for that will be.
I'll gladly. Adam Gottlieb. In addition to these 9, the other providers, will they be in March, or will they have a on board for next October and then March?
Thank you for that question. So the schedule for the other data providers varies a bit, but you can see it outlined in our 5-year timeline. So just for example, we're working with AICCU on data from our non-public universities. And what we're hoping to do with them is to work with the National Student Clearinghouse to get many, not all, of the data points that we're getting from the public higher education segments in a way that would be much more feasible than us trying to set up individual data sharing mechanisms with every single college and university across the state. So that's something we're working on that we hope to make progress on in the next year. Similarly, the Bureau for Private and Post-Secondary Education, which regulates the for-profit universities and colleges. They're currently setting up and strengthening their processes on data collection, and we're expecting to get data from them in about 2 years, I believe. And then some of the other data points around health and human services, and some of the other data points that are kind of conceived in the planning process are mapped for a few more years out. One more that people often ask about is early childhood education. So the Department of Social Services is building ECIDS, the Early Childhood Information Data System, I believe is what that acronym stands for, ECIDS. And we're in close contact and have regular standing meetings with the team that's building ECIDS, so that when they're live, which I think they're expecting within the next 2 to 3 years, their technology and ours will be able to seamlessly share data as well. And we can bring in, truly live up to our name of being cradle to career as opposed to K to career.
I have 2 questions. The first one has to do with the data elements by provider. I noticed that there is sort of discrepancy between the higher ed systems in terms of the community colleges are providing 44 data points. The UC is only providing 28, CSU is somewhere in the middle. I was just wondering, like why that's the case, if you have any type of insight of why that's the case, and if the other 2 systems are working to get up to the level of the community colleges.
Thank you for that question, Member Montez. So there's multiple reasons why the data points don't look identical across the different higher education segments. So one example is that CSU, for instance, this past May, added 4 data points that are specifically tailored toward the teacher training and retention dashboard. Those are data points that CSU collects at the system level, and they were ready to provide. And UC at that time shared that they are not collecting those same data elements, weren't able to provide it, but we're exploring possibilities. So that's one example where things look different even between CSU and UC right now. For community colleges, some of the other data elements, what you see reflected in that spreadsheet is the consensus that was reached during the planning process. One of the questions that came up in our June 6th meeting and that people have also been discussing is there's currently some lack of clarity around which data elements specifically related to financial aid can be shared, and there's a lack of clarity at the federal level on that. And so some of that you also see reflected in the different data points that are planned. But I would say that some of it reflects those kinds of things. It's also true that community colleges in some cases are serving and have data points that CSU and UC don't have, simply because of the nature of their work and some of the programs that they run. So that's a long-winded way of saying it depends and it varies across systems. And what we're working to do is ensuring that we're moving forward the consensus that was achieved during the planning process and that was reflected in the legal agreements that everyone signed just over a year ago, which listed these specific about 200 data points that they all agreed to as the foundation for what we'll have initially.
Good question 2, sorry.
Yeah, I have this. Is that okay? Okay. Yes. Second question just has to do with the executive order. Thank you so much for all the information that has been going out. I've been a little I'm still reading a lot about the executive order, trying to understand it. I think whenever I see it was framed as career executive order for careers, I don't know, my brain tends to think like career and technical education. And I'm wondering if that's the case, right? Does it favor pathways in career and technical education? And if that's the case, sort of, or does it broadly apply to all kinds of pathways, including 2-year degrees, 4-year degrees, graduate degrees?
Yeah.
I was wondering if you all have a little bit more insight about that.
Thank you for that. I want to be careful to not represent that I'm speaking on behalf of the governor and know the full vision for that. But here's what I can share that I've observed. In creating the executive order, the Council on Post-Secondary Education was renamed to be the Council on Career Education. And so I think it's a little bit of both. There's definitely a focus on career education, and if you know, where the executive order was signed here in West Sacramento, I think was definitely chosen in a way to highlight the importance of that work. But I think part of what I read the executive order is doing is framing the whole purpose of kind of lifelong learning and higher education as being a way to support people to pursue meaningful careers that they choose, and to, in some ways, maybe break down some of those distinctions, at least conceptually, between higher education and career and technical education as something entirely separate from that. So this is Marianne Bates just speaking as Marianne's reading of this and my interpretation, but just looking at how it was rolled out and our work so far that we've been engaged on in that, I think that's how I would interpret it.
Thank you, super helpful.
I just wanted to comment on the collection of demographics for the advisory boards and lend my support of that idea. It makes sense for all three boards to have their demographics collected. Meredith Cardenas.
Jackie Navarez, not to echo Meredith Curry Nunez is saying, but I also want to comment on the demographics. Just for those who are auditory listeners only, you had noted 4 Latino, but actually it reflects 6 visually. So I'm wondering what the correct number was.
I'm so glad that you said that. I misread the number. Thank you for
It is
saying
6,
that.
correct? I just know
6.
some people are listening, and may not be visually seeing it, so I just want to
I'm
make
so
sure.
grateful that you highlighted that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other member comments, questions? Okay. All right. Seeing none, we can wrap this up. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So ideally, the advisory board, and this is something that we'll see later on in the day, we'll meet again in March, but it seems like maybe something we could potentially be working on in between now and that March meeting is the demographic data for community engagement. Great, thank you so much. Okay, so we'll be moving on to agenda item 7, which is an update on the Cradle-to-Career communication endeavors. So Director of Engagement, Shannon Serrato, will provide that update on the new logo, website updates, and the 2023 report to the legislature. Thanks so much, Shannon Serrato.
Thank you. Good morning, members. It's so nice to be in person and in community with you all today. So I'm so grateful to be a part of this and being the person who gets to start off the podium today. So as mentioned, I am Shannon Serrato. I'm the Director of Engagement, and I oversee all things kind of external facing. So part of board management, as well as communications and legislative affairs. And so it's been a while since we've had a conversation about the work here. For some of you are just new faces, and so it's just nice to meet you all today. I'm going to be giving an update on communications and engagement. So next slide, please. So as a new state entity, we have the unique opportunity to build the office from the ground up, which includes not only launching the data system, but establishing a brand identity that is cohesive, that is vibrant, and really shows the vision and mission of Cradle-to-Career. So we wanted a design that conveyed that we are data-driven and that while the work is serious, we are inviting and approachable. So as part of the user-centered design process, we collaborated with key stakeholders, such as yourselves, the community engagement advisory boards, the governing boards, and members of the public to solicit input on our brand identity. So on your screen here, you'll see kind of progression of the logo itself, and I'll just kind of walk through that. We are appreciative of all of the ideas. You all spent a lot of time and energy noting messages, images, kind of concepts that really resonated with you when thinking about C2C, and ones that didn't. And so you'll see on the bottom left-hand screen, the working logo that we've used for many, many years, or I guess 1 year, literal C2C logo, and then the progression during the design process with the final logo in the right-hand corner of your screen. The official Cradle-to-Career logo is colorful and dynamic, exemplifying the state of California. And the stylized double C's for Cradle-to-Career are actual bar graphs, really leaning into our focus on design. And the logo itself creates a sense of movement, representing the trajectory from Cradle-to-Career. Next slide, please. Next, I'm going to give an update on the website revamp, which I personally am so excited about. We are in the middle of a complete overhaul for our website, so please stay tuned. As you know, if there's a little construction man, we are in progress there. But but the brand new site will be exciting and inviting. And it's always been a key deliverable for C2C because it's one of the main, if not only ways that the members of the public will interact and use the data system. So we have engaged 10 Up, a website design firm who's worked with folks like 538 and California DMV. If you've been on the DMV website, you know how cool it is these days. And so they are the drivers there. And we have completed the design and strategic planning process, and we are getting into the next phases of the nitty gritty. So we are very excited about it. This is basically the preliminary stages. What you'll see here are the prototypes of the homepage. And so as the work progresses, we'll be going back to you all for your thoughts as we continue to build out the website. But just an update on what the website will look like. It should engage visitors by presenting attractive visuals, intuitive navigation, and concise messaging, while also increasing functionality and be easy to use. The design should be modern and showcase information and data relative to stakeholders, and the new design will be intuitive with mobile responsive design, flexible, visually appealing, informative, safe and secure, accessible and ADA compliant, and also able to support our data dashboards and other tools such as our query builder, which will go live next year. So like I said, we're a couple of months outside of the relaunch, and we'll circle back to you all for your thoughts and opinions as we get closer to that time. But we're just excited about the progress. I wanted to share an update with you because it's been a while since we last spoke. Next slide, please. Joint communications. We've talked about this quite a bit, including in our conversations with you, particularly around outreach. But the promotion and scaling of C2C's operational tools is a key component of our work. And in partnership with CCGI, we are engaging this year in a coordinated communications campaign to increase awareness of California colleges site PU this fall in advance of universal free basic accounts going live to all California 6th through 12th grade students next year. So as you'll see on your screen, we have created these joint flyers with all of our higher education segment partners, which include California Community Colleges, California State University, and University of California, along with California Department of Education and CSAC, to promote the platform as part of meetings and conferences this fall, and also will engage in a full communications launch via email, social media, listservs, and newsletters, just to raise awareness of the platform so that folks know about it when the time comes for them to sign up next year. Next. Okay, so as mandated in Education Code 10866, we are required to submit an annual report to the governor and the California State Legislature on the implementation of the data system. And this year's report documented the progress made in fiscal year 2022-23. The first year prioritized continuity and vision and plans defined during the 18-month planning process. But in its second year, C2C focused on advancing the strategic vision, mission, and goals of the office. As part of the strategic planning process, Cradle-to-Career identified problems and areas of opportunity that can be addressed through the work of the office. And the report to the legislature takes an in-depth look at the progress made across all of C2C's departments, which include operations, engagement, analytical tools, practical tools, and our boards. The report also outlines the priorities and goals of the office for this year that we are now in. The report was submitted to the state legislature on September 1, and if you're interested, you can find it under resources on the C2C site. But today I'm going to wrap up my session with a high-level overview of the C2C's progress made in 2022-23 by the years. We heard that it's much more exciting than reading our 34-page report. So we're just gonna get into it. Next slide, please. So the next two slides are really just kind of pullouts of what is included in the report, things that we all should feel proud of and excited about. So as we mentioned earlier, while Cradle-to-Career was signed into law just over 2 years ago, the work of the office really ramped up last year with the expansion of the C2C team. This year we filled the initial 16 authorized positions, but we are growing what feels like every day. We are getting stronger with every hire. And I'm super excited. Next week, I will be joined by our new Deputy Director of Communications, who will come on Monday. So I will no longer be a team of one. Actually, that's not true. Mary Kate is also on the engagement team. I don't want to say that. She's doing her own thing. She's running boards. And then also, I hope to have our Deputy Director of Legislative Affairs joining us in the coming weeks as well. So that will truly round out the engagement team. So we'll be able to really get into the work as we think about roadshows and just outreach and all the things that we talk about when thinking about meeting more people where they are and hearing from them, which is a crucial piece of this work. And speaking of team, I want to highlight some of the work we did as a team last year to build the foundation of the office. So you'll see on the screen our 5 C2C values, which we created together as a staff. And they define how we interact with each other as a staff and also with the external stakeholders. The 5 values that drive our work and what the team leans on as we build data system are advanced equity, transparency, accountability, collaboration, and curiosity. As we mentioned earlier, we've also been building on the great work during the planning process. We added 20 new data points, as Marianne just mentioned, which were approved earlier this year. And those will be the foundation for the builds of the CTC dashboards, data request tool, and the query builders. And in less than a year, the C2C data infrastructure team led by Dan Lamery completed the project approval lifecycle or PAL process for a system integrator, which assists C2C with the implementation, planning, and coordination and testing of the system. And that's a lot of work, and we're very glad to have Dan and Minnie leading that team in that work. And all of that was supported through operations. I cannot say this enough. The team led by Leslie, along with the admin team, completed 65 contracts and procurements, which are critical components of the work that often go unseen. So thanks to Leslie, Bashabard, and Brandy Aris, who are behind the scenes today, kind of pulling the strings. You'll see Bash, he's working the camera, so we are grateful to him. We have what we need today to get these meetings going. We have translation interpretation services, which are being supported now, who are supporting our meeting virtually today. So we're so grateful again for Aldo and Jeanette for joining us. We've also engaged a consultant, and we'll hear again from Judy later on about who is helping us with the student experience audit to ensure that we are hearing from students and their families to ensure that their voices are heard as we build the tools that they need to work to get through the college application and transition process from education to career. And we have a robust tech stack that supports the actual infrastructure of the data system, just to name a few. And finally, on this last piece, we won't get into it again, but we have a new logo. I just talked about it. We're very excited. Next slide, please. So while we are excited about what we've done as a team, we take an equal amount of pride in the work that we have accomplished with our key partners and stakeholders, including you all, which I'll touch upon now. So with building C2C's analytical tools, we are charged with expanding access to operational tools to better serve educators, students, and families. We are proud to promote californiacolleges.edu, intended to be the state's one-stop shop for applying to public colleges and universities and financial aid. And last year they provided 1.5, this is lowballing them, it's not 1 million, it's 1.5 million accounts provided to 6th through 12th grade students in California. And they're primed for even more growth this year with the expansion of universal free basic accounts that will be provided to students, all students in California by fall 2024. And time is flying, but it was only last year that many of you are seated for the first time as our community engagement and data and tools advisory board members. And as you know, C2C's Community Engagement Advisory Board examines whether the office is creating strong feedback loops with data users, supporting evidence-based decision-making, analytical capacity, and ensuring equitable access to actionable information. And our Data and Tools Advisory Board members are charged with examining whether the data system is providing actionable information and identifying ways to improve access to that information. So a third of our advisory board members have cycled off. They do so each year. And we were just really overwhelmed, honestly, by the outpouring of interest this year in the application process. We received 118 applications for 11 slots. So it's very, very competitive. We were so pleased to have 60 members, 4 of you in the room today, joining us. So we're so grateful and welcome again. This year alone, we held 26 public meetings, both in person and virtual, from advisory board meetings such as these to governing board and ad hoc committee meetings, and our community conversations, which are critical ways we can hear and engage with members of the public. And so we will continue to do so this year. We've had only over 500 members of the public registered for our community conversations. And as our staff grows, as I mentioned, the engagement team gets bigger. We look forward to doing much more of that next year. And so actually next month, you can hold time tentatively scheduled for October 19th. We will be bringing back our community conversations to talk about the things that we've just been discussing, thinking about ways that we can get out into the field and really reaching folks as we are truly on the cusp of launching our data dashboards, new websites, all the cool things that we want to make sure folks know about. So we're really excited about that. And beyond our meetings, we're looking for opportunities to engage with members of the public through our various channels. So in 1 year, we gained over 600 new followers on LinkedIn. Some of who are in the room today, so thank you again. Which along with our meetings, blogs, and newsletters ensures that we are engaging with members of the community early and often, and that they have ways to connect with us outside of just these public spaces. And so we're always looking for more opportunities to continue those conversations, and are just really excited to ramp up the work this year. And the last thing I'll mention, equity and transparency are central to C2C's work, with Cradle-to-Career's leadership playing a pivotal role in the development of the data system. So as written in statute, C2C's governing board is intended to reflect the cultural, racial, geographic, economic, and social diversity of California. So it's important that the board not only represent the key stakeholders of C2C, but the wide range of Californians that we are charged with serving. And so as Miriam mentioned, we put out the demographic survey of our governing board this year. We got 100% response rate, which we're so proud of. And we also are just looking forward to being able to conduct that survey each year. And would love to include your all's information this year as well. So with that concludes my quick overview of engagement and communications, but I am happy to answer questions if you have any.
I think I have a comment and then one quick question and then a suggestion.
Okay.
Comment, as you all are doing amazing work. That was a lot of logos in 2 years. No, but seriously, it's just so many good things. And so thank you all for that. Just a quick clarification. The reports, are they annual?
They are annual.
They're annual.
They're due September 1 every year.
Gotcha. And then this other question, well, c2c.ca.gov is seared in my brain.
Yes.
Are you all gonna have like a nifty address, like californiacolleges.edu, or like something that like a regular person will?
No, that's a great suggestion. It's not occurred to me until this literal moment in time. So we'll think about it.
Cool.
Thank you.
And then just one other, just on the engagement front, I've been thinking a lot about Black Californians and wonder if you all are considering like the Super Sunday approach that CSU does, where they go to Black churches, barbershops, Black listservs in the state.
Yeah.
Just something to think about. We've been hearing a lot that Black Californians don't feel very engaged by California.
Yeah.
So just something I've been thinking about.
No, I appreciate that. And I know you've raised Black churches in the past. I know get a lot done there. So I didn't think about ways, as I said, we are really trying to increase just being out in the field. It's like I said, the capacity now is just a team of 1, but I'm really excited to think about what we've been doing when we really expand and grow. And beyond the 2 folks that I mentioned, we were thinking about an events person, somebody who can just kind of be out in the field going on and doing that work. So they're included in that nebulous 10 positions, and we're looking forward to that in the coming year.
I'll piggyback on what he said. On the.
I forgot to say my name, sorry, Chris.
Lisa Rodriguez, thank you. I want to just bring to the forefront that I feel like as we're chosen for board positions, we represent the areas in which we live and the people that surround us. As you guys work on engagement and looking, I feel like the Central San Joaquin Valley, because it's not south or north, is really overlooked, and we have a lot of rural communities that can offer some really valuable input into what we're doing and is very highly underserved. You have like 11 counties that are served by 1 UC. So really getting the needs and the data that captures the individuals that live in these underserved communities, I think that would be very important.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And not to spill the beans here, but in our road shows, we are prioritizing getting out to Kern County and all the places that we just haven't been able to reach yet. It's not the Bay Area, it's not LA. Just thinking about where we can really meet people where they are, and so that is top of mind for us. But I appreciate that.
And a comment then would be, I think it's to the credit of the governing board of C2C that you rarely see multiple individuals chosen from the San Joaquin Valley to sit on an advisory board, and that this group has 3. We were like kind of all shocked because the fact that we usually get one is huge. And so I do credit the governing board for looking that we need representation from the entire state, which is just entirely important. So thank you.
Hi, Jackie Navarez, Shannon, and for the whole team, I just want to thank you for your diligence and really seeking out the voices as we've been looking at the branding. I felt very heard, and that you received the information that I was sharing, and your feedback was greatly valued. So I'm excited beyond belief to see the brand that we've established and where we're going forward with the website. I do want to echo what my compatriots were speaking of, but looking at how do we share the information across our state a little more resoundingly. I just recently attended the University of California virtual counselor conference, and I thought it was an opportunity missed that we weren't there. Seeing that the CSUs and UCs, as they're doing these counselor conferences, have strategically placed these conferences and throughout our entire state, might be a great opportunity to be able to partner with them, to get your voice in there, to also show the camaraderie that we're having with our higher ed partners, because oftentimes, and coming from an LEA, it's really important to have the higher ed speaking of what we're speaking, so that way, it's an easier transition, at the local level. So thank you all for the entire team for your work.
Thank you for that. And this is a request, Jackie. I know you're really good about flagging these things, but I would love for all of you all to please flag these things when, meetings are coming up and you have a couple of months out and you're like, it would be really cool for C2C to be a part of that. I know you do that. But the more that we are thinking about planning and being out in the field, I think it'll just be good for us to kind of calendar and just general sense of what's going on throughout the year so that we can plan accordingly and try to better coordinate that outreach, especially as we really get closer to the launch of like tangible things that people are touching and feeling and engaging with.
Yes, I definitely do. Feria de Educación is coming up. We also have the Black Student Union or University as like BSUs are doing a leadership conference coming up. So I think we've got a couple opportunities that I will definitely share. I have a whole headline slide deck of it.
I'm going to start a new calendar.
Hi, Mike Nguyen. Thank you, Shannon, and the rest of your office for all your hard work and the beautiful presentation. As a UC student, I totally echo with what everyone just said. And I have a question about the data points and also with the californiacolleges.edu regarding C2C. So how are the C2C resources, like the data points and everything else, how are they going to be found within these websites for students that are making accounts and applying to college?
Yeah, so those are two separate things. californiacolleges.edu is a website where students can go in and log in and provide their information to be able to track their progress made through A through G requirements. I feel like I'm in front of Jackie and she can give the speech better than I can. But they will be able to see their work trajectory or their classroom trajectory, what they've done, and be able to make sure that they're on track for that. They can apply for the FAFSA dedicated directly through the website portal. They can launch applications to colleges directly. And so those are key components of californiacolleges.edu that's separate from the data system itself. Separately, the data points that we've been talking about today, the 200 data elements, are part of those data dashboards that Ryan and a lot of the data programs teams are working on to build. And so those will be available on the C2C side along with the career builders. And so that's more of a choose your own adventure where you can pick and choose variables to see, how many students in this general region graduated from school and where do they stop out and those kinds of things, and really explore the data. But those are two separate tools. One is an operational tool, a practical tool, californiacolleges.edu, and then the other ones are analytical tools. So you make that distinction there.
So it's not going to be integrated together.
Those are two separate things.
So will there be like links to reference those data points and everything so that students can find, that analytical data when they're applying to college?
I think those are good flags. I will say that we are doing a lot of work now, so I would love to follow with you, Mike, about how we can better support students through that process so that people know what they're getting when they arrive to the site and what might be good to link and kind of cross-reference, because I think what you're raising now are key components and not different information, there's different ways to access that information.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Alexis Chikagi. One question that I had for the community team is, I just want to be cognizant of the digital divide. So what strategies are you using to actually get out into the community in addition to road shows? And what we as an advisory board can also step in, maybe there can be a toolkit so the messaging is consistent, but how are you going out and addressing those who don't have access to Wi-Fi or a laptop?
Perfect question, Alexis. I also want to give you a shout out before you joined. You did a really good, amazing job at helping us kind of think about ways that we can be accessing students. So I just want to give you a shout out separately. We are thinking about ways that we can engage places like public libraries, right? So thinking about making sure that we can build those partnerships and build those relationships, because all of us libraries are in all of our communities. They have access to computers and help people get online and those kind of things. So thinking about that separately, making sure that when we go to those road shows that we have all these cool iPads, that we can provide some of that information to folks just so they can see how the data dashboards are built, thinking about ways that we want to engage folks via survey during that time, bringing those tools to them. But I would love to get more thoughts, because especially as we think about places, north of California, Northern California, where we just don't have a strong foothold and are generally more rural. I would love to use this group's thoughts to really do some outreach. I mentioned this already, but in a community conversation, somebody mentioned putting ads into utility bills. So those are the ones that go through PG&E, making sure that people know about the data system. And so I'm stuck on that. And I want to be able to do more of that kind of outreach and thinking about ways that we can really do that analog outreach to show that these things exist and to provide folks with that information.
Jackie Navarez. I'm also just thinking about county fairs. So we have California State Fair, but then also county fairs might be a really good way to get in touch with our rural communities.
So Lisa Rodriguez, I think this issue is addressed a lot through County Office of Educations because they are rural, knowing that I work in a county office and in a rural county. I'll use Butte County as an example of one of the ones that's harder to reach and very rural. The county office could be a great resource of the strategies they're already using to reach those rural communities because they have to do it with homeless services, with other entities that we need to get the words out into the community. So they may be a great resource in a contact person that can give you some information.
I appreciate that. And I know we have many county offices who engage with C2C already. So I've been behind the scenes trying to, in addition to our 32-member governing advisory boards and our 21-member governing board, really trying to build out the roster of folks who are in the field. So thinking about the gaps that we have now, right? Thinking about regional access, thinking about tribal colleges, thinking about just like folks who represent, early education, English learners, those kinds of folks that aren't necessarily seated here today. Some of you are, but just thinking about how we can really cast that really wide net. And so I've been doing a lot of that work behind the scenes. Some of the folks that I've talked to are on the line today. And so I'm just really glad that we have that really big community support. But it's going to be a continuous push, a continuous improvement. So I just appreciate that.
Quick operational note, we got some feedback that some folks online are having a little trouble hearing your name. So small request, if you can speak very loud, clearly when you state your name at the beginning. Thank you.
I was going to say, I've spoken. Go
ahead. Paige Lovren, can you help define who the consumer for Cradle-to-Career will be?
Yes, so that's a great question. We think about these things in types of personas, right? So students and families are when we're building out the website, think about our MVP, that's what we're thinking about the folks who are really needing to use the system, and then practitioners, and then researchers, policymakers, data analysts are really the types of folks that we have been thinking about broadly. And then we've been thinking about ways that we can build out not only our website, but also our data dashboards, our tools, and then the community outreach itself to kind of disseminate that information to our different types of partners. So for example, the two flyers that we did, there's two. There's one that's just general information about, here's what californiacollege.edu is. Separately, there's one for higher education segments practitioners to say, here's how your district can participate. So making sure that we are providing those kinds of different messages to folks who may need to think about different ways of accessing that information. We do that across all of our operational tools, and we're beginning to implement that for our data dashboards. I'm thinking about ways that we can increase data literacy, not only for folks who are deep in the weeds now and know how to, sort variables and all the things I'm gonna that's not my scene. But, making sure that we can also just make sure that we can increase that area of opportunity. So a mom who wants to know what's going on in her community and the students that are around her can also feel like she has the tool that she needs to, touch the data system to really think about the questions that she has and really run with that. So we're thinking about really increasing data literacy through our data dashboards rather than just providing access to that information.
So it's not that you just see the California colleges, the parent-student part, and then the Cradle-to-Career as the data collection. You see the parents also looking at the data collection as well?
Exactly, exactly. So there are in the works, I don't want to say wraparound services, because I know that means something else to other people, but thinking about different components that we can wrap around the data dashboards themselves. And when folks access that information, they can say, oh, here's a 2-minute video on how to access the dashboard. Here's how I can search for things. Here's an informational 1-pager on teacher retention and training in general if I just need to get up to speed. Here's some neutral persona surveys, just thinking about ways that people might want to engage with this. Here are some research questions that may be interesting to poke around in, and just really thinking about ways that we can meet different folks with different levels of access to data, and really try to help them engage with the tool rather than just saying, well, this is our career builder and we think most researchers are going to use this thing, so we're only going to put you over here. Really thinking about ways that we can make it accessible for everybody.
Thank you.
One last thing, I know you've been thinking about this, just looking at not recreating the wheel. We already have a lot of existing, like streamlined pathways as we've been sharing COVID information. So maybe just thinking for members who are listening, maybe looking at that way that you have, shared and dispersed COVID information out to your communities is something that maybe we can now give them, this information that can be touching to their families as well.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Marcos Montes. I think one suggestion I have over the work plan, aligned with the work plan, it's very exciting to hear that the dashboards are looking to be launched in 12 months over this next 12-month work plan. Suggestion would be, how does the office maybe think about growing social media presence to help out with that dissemination and the launch of the dashboards, right? Like one very recent example, I just saw it yesterday. So congrats to Commissioner Takagi. CSAC has doubled growth their Instagram followers over the past month. So it's just like social media, I think, continues to be a proven way that folks are receiving information and engaging. So I think it would be important also maybe to think about how there's a Cradle-to-Career, California colleges out of EDU, maybe they work together or separately, continue to grow that social media presence ahead of the launch.
Yes, thank you. It is on our Deputy Director of Communications list to start a Facebook group so that we can get Instagram, so we can do all the things. Stay tuned next Monday. Just gonna get to work.
Alexis Takagi, I was wondering how many languages we're going to be translating the community outreach materials to, and also the data dashboard.
Yes, so that's a great question. At a minimum, as you see here, we will be translating all materials into Spanish at a minimum, and we're going to be doing regular language surveys. We have engaged in a 3-year, many dollar contract with our translation services to provide not only interpretation for meetings like this, but also to provide translation services for all of our materials going forward. And so that's going to be all of our outreach, all of our social media posts, anything, informational 1-pagers, all of the things that are on our site now will be translated into Spanish at a minimum, and then also making sure that we are regularly hearing from folks about what other languages would be available, and making sure that we have that. We have 8 languages that we've already identified as the ones that we need, and will appropriately roll out in the coming months. And then separately, our new website has a translation functionality beyond Google Translate. And so it is more robust, and our translation services will be a component of that as well. But making sure that, the data dashboards themselves probably will not be able to access the Google Translate, just thinking about ways that we can provide that information to our communities who are not primarily English learners. And another component of reasons why we do our meetings in Spanish is that we always say that we want to make sure that people can meet us where they are. So in 2 months, they may say, hey, I heard Cradle-to-Career and I have no idea what's going on. You come to our website. You can watch any of our videos, any of our recordings in Spanish, and to get up to speed. And so making sure that we have those regular touch points and rolling out those regular surveys and questions to make sure that we are appropriately addressing the needs of the communities. But like I said, we identified 8 main languages and are open to expanding that. But at a minimum, everything is translated into Spanish now. Our governing board meetings will also have ASL interpretation services. So we're really trying to think about ways that we can be more accessible, but also open to hearing from others who have other suggestions as well.
Member Lorenzo Gamboa, just want to caution on translation. Like, there's one thing about translating, and there's one thing about understanding the translation, especially in the community. And I think something with as important as working with data, we need to work a very fine line there of making sure we support and empower versus support and scare.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And something that Ryan and I have been thinking about really deeply is thinking about, like I said, those roadshows and building out those materials. But next month, we are going to start thinking about those materials in particular and hope that we can roll those out in the community conversations to pressure test that, to make sure that the languages, the things that we're saying, right, operational tools, how do you say that in Spanish in a way that makes sense to folks, right, practical tools, to your point, really resonate, and that's how you would understand it in your everyday life. So really thinking about ways that we can think about that early and adjust and really move that to the next level is really where we're trying to get to. So I'm spilling all the beans of the community conversation, but I'm so excited about it.
I encourage connecting with the Western Association for College Admissions Counseling. I'm on part of the ad hoc committee for language, and we're building out a data set of common language terms that would be more understood by the community.
Chris Nellam, just a suggestion, I think, to underscore what Member Takagi said. Meredith Curry's team does a good job at sending monthly toolkits for their network, and so just something to consider to the extent that it's okay. Like, and I think we could be extra, word of mouth folks for you all.
Yeah, no, I
those
appreciate
toolkits. Those toolkits are really great.
Yeah, no, we will be thinking about toolkits, and I know Mayor in particular is really good about all these things. All of you guys are really, really, really amazing. Honestly, being in this room, I'm like, I feel like I know you all the time because you've just done so much work with us. But again, we cannot say enough about how involved and really active you are, because it's not lost on me. This is volunteer capacity, but you all have really helped get out the word, hiring, promoting our surveys, promoting the applications for the advisory boards themselves. We could not have done that without you all. So just really are grateful for this community, grateful for your support, and really grateful for your feedback and ideas, because the room is where we can really drive our work forward. And so I just appreciate you all.
Any other questions, comments, concerns from members?
I guess last for me, Meredith Curry Nunez, to the extent a train-a-trainer model could be available so that you can send us out as champions and have your slide decks and things. I think that that's another way so that you're not so stretched by your staff limitations, but yeah.
And that's a great idea. A flag, because we are working, Brittany, I will give her a shout out. She's working on a draft deck that we can share with members when you have those opportunities. I know Spede, who's not on the line, she's out today, but she has done presentations on behalf of C2C. And so being able to provide you with the tools that you need to go out to the field and really promote our work has been incredible. And we just want to make sure that we can make it easy for you as well. So that's definitely on the list. So thank you for flagging, because I want to say that loud.
Okay, thank you, members. That was a super rich conversation. Thank you, Shannon Serrata, for your presentation. That was amazing. So what we're going to do next is we're going to go into our next agenda item, which is agenda item 8. It's an overview of the Cradle-to-Career data programs. And Ryan Estriado, who's our Director of Data Programs, will walk us through the analytical and practical tools that are being supported by the office. Ryan Estriado, please kick us off.
Thanks, Mary Kay. Thanks, everybody, and good morning. My name is Ryan Estriado, and I'm the Director of Data Programs. I lead the data programs team, and I also oversee the user-centered design of our analytic tools. And I just want to start by saying I'm always thankful for y'all's support. And at the same time, it's rare that I get to thank you in person, so thank you. And I'm excited to share more with you. The first thing that I want to do is give an update on our team, the data programs team. is no longer a team in concept. It's now a literal team. And so a few months ago, we were joined by Deputy Director Judy Chan, Deputy Director of Digital Services, and then about a month ago, joined by our research manager, David Lang, and then Strategic Data Project Fellow Julie Liao just started with us full-time last week. And you'll be hearing from Judy and David a little later in the day. And I know that you'll enjoy working with them and talking with them the way I do. So I think we can go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. So we can leave it here, but I'll just want to set up what I'm going to go through here today. I am going to do an overview of the data programs work. And if this is not your first rodeo, I'm hoping that the overview is going to be a good refresher for you. If this is your first rodeo, welcome. I have found the rodeo to be fun, inspiring, and meaningful, and I know that you will too. And I hope that this presentation will help you get some familiarity about what data programs does and the way we think about our contribution to the team. I do have an ask for you today as I talk, and that is, as I go through the work, I would like for you please to reflect on any moments that you have where you feel particularly excited about some of the things that we're doing, and take note of it because we need your advice on a whole bunch of things, but I'm particularly interested in your advice on things that really resonate with you and understanding more about that and learning from you about how we can get that feeling out to more people. Okay, so let's start here first with P20W dataset. And I think the thing to know here is, so this is something we share with our audiences all the time, because as we get to know people and we begin to describe the concept of the work that we're doing, we have found that we're speaking a lot in the abstract. And so it's super useful, I think, to try and get as concrete as we can. It can be difficult with concepts like this. So as you go and share the work, also understand that this is something that we are working on together. How do we go from these concept ideas to something more abstract? And one of the more concrete things that we can share right off the bat is that the work of our office is not about collecting data. So we don't collect new data points, right? And for us and for the folks here in the room, I think that's an idea we've become used to. But with new audiences, I think it's always something useful to say up front. So if we're not collecting new data, then what is it that we're doing? And what we are doing is we are taking, receiving data from our data partners, agencies throughout California, and we are linking that data together. And so that's a key difference. Not collecting, we're linking it together. And why would we want to do that? What value comes from linking data together? And the answer to that question has to do with when you link data together, you can take questions already answerable by our partner agencies, and you can then expand upon the kinds of answers that you can give, the kinds of questions that you can answer. Living life anywhere in California in particular, being a human being in California is a complex experience. We try our best to make sense of that by putting things into categories, but ultimately any of those categories will be an oversimplification or some simplification of what it's like to be in California. When we link the data together, what we hope to do is begin to appreciate more of the complexity, what it's actually like to live in California. So for example, we can go from a question like, who is employed in a given industry? That's a question answerable with labor-related data, for example. And then when we link that data, we can expand that question to something like, what educational paths do Californians take on their way to that given industry? And also, how do paths to that industry differ based on race and gender? Two examples, but there are a whole lot of them, because we live on a lot of different, through a lot of different identities and a lot of different accesses, not just through race or not just through gender or how we work, but it's really the intersection of all of those things. So that's a P20W data set. We go to the next slide over here. Okay. So we use this phrase around the office that I really come to love. The phrase is the people's data. I like it a lot, and I like it for the obvious reasons that this is public data, and so the data should be in service to the public. That's what the people's data means. As I have grown into my role and sort of worked at the office longer, I've learned that there's another meaning that I also like a lot. The people's data is the people's data because it takes people working really closely together to build the products that we're trying to build. And none of our work, of course, would be possible without close partnership and relationship building with the agencies who are sharing their data with us. That is a trust building process, as it should be. Each of our agencies, partner agencies, care a lot about the data that they were the stewards of. They take a lot of responsibility for it, have a lot of expertise for it, and we honor that and try to do our best to add value to what they already bring to the public. If you look at the slide, you'll see that there are 15 data partners, and then as indicated by the little icons to the left of the data partners, note that when you look at all of the data partners together, we span not only single important milestones like high school and grade school, and also college and career, but we span across all of those different milestones once the data is linked together. Again, going back to that theme of really wanting to approximate better and better the complexity of what it's like to be educated in California and also begin and flourish in our careers. Okay, so next slide, please. All right, so let's talk about the data points. We talked about the P20W data set. What does that mean? It's a collection of data points. Data point here, so that word can mean a number of different things. In our context, if you are a statistics or data person, data point is synonymous with variables. So for example, a data point might be a student's grade level. It might be a median wage. If you think of things if you think of data and envision spreadsheets, these are the columns, right? So we have 200 of those. But as pointing to what Shannon was talking about earlier, when we link the data, we have what is essentially a complex spreadsheet that lives securely in the data warehouse. And that on its own is useful for some people, but is not useful to most people. And so the question then to ask is, how do we make that data set both not only available to the public, but also useful and meaningful to the public in a way that honors our commitment to privacy and security. And the part of the answer to that question is through the data tools that Data Programs is building. And there are 3 genres of tools here. You can see them listed in the bullet list. We've referenced some of these today, but worthwhile to say again, the 3 genres of tools that we have so far are the data dashboards. We feel that if we do our job to design these thoughtfully, the data dashboards will meet the needs of a whole range of folks, but largely folks who might be new to data, want a little bit of guidance and hand-holding around some of the questions that are useful to answer through our data system. And then next we have the query builder, which gives a little bit more freedom to bring your own questions to the conversation. Marianne called it the choose your own adventure data tool. I think it's a perfect description of it. And then finally, the research request process, which results in access to the data that probably the fewest people will have, but that is because it is in support of a very specific purpose, which is groundbreaking research to promote equity. And because of that, that will include access to data points that the public largely will not have. A lot of the barriers that researchers have who are ready to do groundbreaking research but can't is access to data. And so the whole concept of the research request process is how do we make that process easier while also maintaining our commitment to security. So gigantic spreadsheet, and then on top of that, 3 data tools that we hope when used properly will reach all the use cases. oh, by the way, before I leave this website, this slide, there's a link down there at the bottom. Of course, I think we saw this link earlier in the presentation, but it's here again. So it's funny, when Shannon built this for us, this really easy to use data elements by provider, the original idea was for it to be widely consumed by a whole range of audiences. But I gotta say, I use this thing all the time, and it's that useful. And so the link is available there. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to go through just a quick overview of 2 of the dashboards that we're going to be focusing on. We have 7, so if you look on our website here, following this link, you'll see a description of 7 dashboards, possible dashboards that were defined during the 18-month planning process. We are focusing on the first 2, and I want to spend a little bit of time here sharing just really briefly about what those are. And so in the next slide, we'll look at the first one, which is the teacher dashboard. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. Okay, so teacher training dashboard is going to be one of the first 2 that we will be releasing in June. We're actively working on the design of these right now. This dashboard will happen in multiple phases. The first phase will focus on displaying and helping our audience reason and compare with information about what we think of as the teacher training pipeline. So teachers who are currently, or sort of students who are currently training to be teachers, what are all the different pathways one might take to train to become a teacher? How do those pathways vary, if any, by any number of variables? But for example, gender identity, race, etc. And then in future phases, as we bring in more data, we hope to roll out additional questions, looking at teachers in the field and how that pipeline relates to teachers in the field. That is all dependent on additional data points that we get. And we can look forward to looking at that first phase in June. And then the next slide, please. The pathways diagram, a complementary dashboard that is similar to the teacher training dashboard in that we are designing it to display paths to a career, but differs in that we will be looking at a number of careers in a number of different industries. And so the idea behind this diagram, pathways diagram, is to illuminate patterns in what it's like for Californians to enter into the education system and then eventually go into post-secondary or career or post-secondary and career, and then to get a deeper understanding of the complexity of all those different pathways, and then again, look at how those pathways might vary based on any number of variables like race or gender, gender identity. Particularly excited for the types of questions that we might be able to answer with pathways diagram around wages and how long it takes for folks to earn a living wage and how that length of time or that living wage within an industry might vary based on any number of variables. On the next slide, you'll see some specifics on where we are in the design process. So this is really the process of building something that resonates with an audience is a long process. It started in the 18-month planning process before the office was stood up. Shannon referenced user personas. That product, we rely on that product pretty heavily, and it was built and designed in the 18-month planning process before we even started this. And so I'm excited to say that we moved on into a more active phase of design, building on the user personas and on the 18-month planning process in our partnership with Chapter 3, who is helping us bring these ideas to life in the user-centered design of the dashboards, the query builder, and the research request tool. Particularly exciting because we are slowly transitioning, right in the middle of transitioning from the ideation phase where we have taken a lot of user input that we've received so far and drummed up ideas for how we can solve the design challenges of the dashboard, like the ones that we want to build, and we are now moving actively into the building phase. Shannon mentioned roadshows, which are one of the ways that we would like to get prototypes and ideas out in front of audiences. So we can have this conversation together, co-design it together, and do that multiple times ahead of the release in June. As much as we would like to have a big release that delights the audience in a surprising way, I think the better solution is to do a release to the public that everybody feels like they were along on the ride for, and still delight, just maybe without the surprise. Okay, so that's our design work with chapter 3. Super excited about that. Okay, so I'm going to close off this section by ending this part of it, which we think of as the analytic tools. Useful to know that in the statute, if you go through that, you'll see this reference to analytic tools, and that connects directly to all of the stuff that I just talked about. Basically, the data tools, all the things that are built for the P20W data set. And then I'll do a quick summary on the other side of the house, which is the practical tools. I think in the statute, it's still talked about as operational tools. Around the office, we've been using the term practical tools, but they both mean the same thing. And so if we can go to the next slide, please. The practical tools are different from the analytic tools in that they are meant for a very specific audience. So primarily students who are planning for college, career, applying for financial aid, and all the folks in the these students support network that are helping them achieve those goals. So you'll see that in their design, they're different from the analytic tools, and also our role in supporting practical tools differs as well. And so the first example here is one we've talked about earlier. I think y'all are familiar with is californiacolleges.edu, a product of CCGI. And so we are using our platform to help californiacolleges.edu scale to all students in California so they can have access to college and career and financial aid planning tools at no cost. So this is all the California, the support of CCGI strategy for scaling, and our part in using our platform to help that along is led by Deputy Director Judy Chan. In fact, this whole sort of part of the work in data programs is led by her. So californiacolleges.edu, one part, and then on the next slide is the second example, which is eTranscript California. Very similar idea here, but for a different product. Similar in the sense that the role of the office is to use our platform to help scale this product, eTranscript California, which is a service that helps move transcripts electronically from institution to institution, primarily in the 2-year and 4-year college space. So again, separate entity from us, but we work very closely in partnership, particularly with the Chancellor's office, to not only support the effort to scale this to all students for as little or hopefully no cost, but also to begin the exploration of what else a powerful platform like this can do to lift the administrative burden off of students and put it on our data systems so that students can spend more time enjoying the benefit of the public service and less time engaging the bureaucracy of getting it. And that's what that work is all about. Finally, the next slide, I'll just say really briefly about the student experience audit. Judy will be going into much more depth about this in her section. It's funny, she and I were talking on the way over here. We know that the barriers for applying for college and financial aid are a real thing. How do we know that? Because maybe we've been through it ourselves, or if we haven't, we know people who have, but also it's been studied pretty thoroughly. And so we have a lot of academic research around how hard this can be, disproportionately in particular on students of color. And sometimes what we're missing is a way to convey the more personal and human elements of that story. You know, we all work in the policy space, and that can be a really sort of powerful way to inspire change. But I think it's also important to be able to do that in a way that when we convey the ideas, the audience, you know, we'll have this reaction of, that was me, or that's my nephew, or those are folks that I serve in my job. And so the problem that we have to solve then is, how do we get to those stories? And in particular, the stories that are often missed. And the student experience audit is a tool for that. Last year, we launched our first annual student experience audit. Of course, the statute requires us to do it at least once a year. We did our first one last year. Did it in a abbreviated period of time, it was a couple months. And what we learned from that, talking to frontline educators, is that we learned a few things. The first is that if you are a student who comes from what we've come to know as, or refer to as special custodial circumstances. So if you are undocumented, or your family is, or if you were a foster student and have moved from home to home, that the demands, the sort of administrative demands of applying for college and applying for financial aid, and in particular, as it comes to documentation, a very different experience from folks who are not in that in those circumstances. In fact, if you're not in those circumstances, it's still kind of hard, but it's made particularly hard if you're in the special custodial circumstances. So that's sort of one lesson we learned. Two more lessons that we learned were process lessons, which is we heard from both advisory boards and governing board that we want to expand the methods that we use to get to these stories. And we also, third lesson now is we want to hear these stories directly from students. And so 3 major findings from this first one. If you want to read the whole thing, you can by following that link. And I'm really excited about the work that Judy's doing, that she's going to be talking about later, to follow up on that feedback and do the second student experience audit with the promise of expanded methods and also direct student voice. This is an evolving process. We learn something every time, both in terms of the research findings, but about how we can do this better and better. And I look forward to keeping this going as a requirement, but also because we just find so much value in it to support our work. Okay. So that's all that I have. I want to close by saying thank you for your time today. You know, in data programs, you know, I like to say that our work needs to be equal parts technical and human, and we have to bring as much quality as we can in things that we bring on both those axes. And I'm really looking forward to getting advice from y'all about how to do that. It's not an easy thing to do, but I know that we can work on that together. And so I'm excited to have y'all advise us on that, going through that journey together. And I'll close just by welcoming again our newest members. So new members Gottlieb, Takagi, Lopez Valdez, new members Gamboa, Nguyen, and Lopez. Welcome aboard, and so happy to have you. With that, I'll turn it back over to Mary Kate for questions and public comment.
Perfect, thank you. So we're opening it up for member comments, questions, additions. Sure, Lisa Rodriguez.
Lisa Rodriguez. In the student experience audit, we've been receiving emails and those things, but I'm curious, how are we going about getting the survey in the hands of students across the state? Because we often find that we can forward all the emails, but it usually gets stuck somewhere.
Yeah.
So what is the plan to really get it into the hands of the students?
Yeah. Thanks for the question. It's a good question. It is not a question that I think has a final answer. I think we have found some pretty decent solutions so far, but we are still asking a lot of questions about how we can do this better. So I should say that up front, full transparency. One thing that Judy will get into this in her presentation, she talks about the methods, but I'm very excited about, so I will say one thing that I was really, that made me feel, that made me really see the kind of the progress of what this process is like. And one of that is contracting with a partner to help us do this, who has a track record of getting us to the right number of surveys, so so-called NSIs for us data folks, right? And that's been really helpful because in addition to the help that y'all give getting the surveys out there, we're also partnering with folks whose very specialty is to engineer the types of processes that get it to the right folks to get the numbers up, so that we know that as we analyze data, we have more and more confidence that we're getting at the underlying sort of experience and not the experience of just like a handful of people. And so, you know, I won't steal Judy's thunder. I know she's got more to share about that, but the main message I want to give here is that's always on our mind. You know, we can do that better. We've been, in fact, just having some pretty thorough conversations about what we want the next round to look like. And welcome to any feedback and suggestions if you have.
So you said about being passionate about, so for me, that is an area I'm passionate about, is making sure all student voices are heard, and obviously you do, but I want to commend you on the custodial issue of parents as an individual who serves foster youth. That is a huge, like, their story and then the barriers that those students are facing with those circumstances to getting their stories. So thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you for saying so.
Paige Levin, in your collection of data, and you're talking about foster youth and undocumented, are twice exceptional students those that would be GATE and also have an IEP and their struggles to get to the four-year university? Because sometimes they're not going to be our straight A students because of the learning disability, but they are exceptionally gifted active brains.
Yeah.
What kind of information are we gathering on those students?
Yeah, that's a really good question also. So a couple of thoughts come to mind. The first is, it goes to the theme that I was talking about earlier, which is how do we get into more of both understanding the complexity of what it's like to be a student in California, but then also conveying it. On the analytic data side of things, the variables are there, actually not all of them. I do not believe there is a variable that looks at gifted, but there is a variable that looks at students with IEPs. And so there is that element of analytics available to us. I think on the student experience audit side, I think that your suggestion is a good flag, either for, well, what comes to mind for me is the interviews, because that experience is a very specific, it's hard to get at the numbers. Yeah. So we'll take that back and think about how to best do that. One thing I'm really optimistic about is we'll have some quantitative, both quantitative information, both from the analytics side, but then also the initial run of surveys for the student experience audit. And that hopefully will point us in the right direction. And then we have accompanying that student interviews and focus groups. And I think that's really where we'll start to get the stories from students who have that particular experience. I'm grateful that you flagged it for us, because that can be something that we can note and plan for if it doesn't come up on this first round of interviews, which is happening.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Meredith Curry-Nunez, thank you so much for a wonderful presentation, Ryan. First question, just piggybacking off the student experience audit, are there specific perspectives you're lacking that are documented in some way that we could help to maybe target more? Like, I'm wondering, for example, if you had enough feedback from justice involved or student parents, but is that documented in a way where we can kind of help lift up?
So I think a couple of thoughts on that. I think we'll have better answers to that question once we get through the survey analysis, which is happening right now, and then also the synthesis of the interview process, which is happening right now. I think we should connect on that, maybe in a month or so, to see what came up. I know in Judy's presentation, she's got some initial kind of broad findings, but I don't think the analysis is at the point yet where it will get into specifics like that. So stay tuned for that. I think the other thing that comes to mind for me is the student experience audit. I see it as a project that is at least partially about discovery, in the sense that it's hard for us, particularly because as researchers and analysts, we sort of bring our point of view to the analytics. I have to be mindful of that, and what can come with that in my experience is I don't always know what I don't know. And so I think one way that we can get help from all of our boards, maybe this board in particular, is to do what you've done in the past, which is which is sort of constantly pinging us about, hey, have you thought about this group? Have you thought about this other group over here? And that really helps us, because it helps us get around the blind spots that, like, I'll just speak for me, that I've got. And so I think those types of conversations that we have together are kind of, they're like blind spot coverage for me. And so I really encourage it. I hope that we will uncover some things in this initial round of surveys and interviews that will help answer the questions that you got. But I also know that this is a conversation we have to keep on having. And so, yeah, I really look forward to hearing more.
Wonderful, thank you. And then my second question is, when I look through the dashboards and it talks about disaggregation, it kind of says district or region. And I'm curious if city and county will be a specific way it's disaggregated, just because I'm on the K6, one of the K16 collaboratives, and I know that they will want to be able to drill down.
It's a good question. Ultimately, it's to be determined, but I can say with decent certainty that like county will be a level that we'll look at. There's a question of, so just, forgive me if I get just a little wonky on this. I think we'll all appreciate it somehow. When we start to look at smaller groups, there is always a question of, if a group is sufficiently small, we have to then make sure that that privacy is respected, things like that. And so that's a boundary that we're constantly trying to understand and sort of treat properly. That said, region and county, I think it's highly likely will disaggregate there. I think city is a possibility, but even like LEA level, so autonomous district, like that's something we're just looking at carefully, making sure we do well. So I don't want to sort of overspeak there before we've kind of come to the proper solutions for it.
Right, absolutely. And then the benefit of a city, because like as libraries were mentioned as a potential like outlet, we could get cities to have a better understanding of how to engage if we could get them the data. Yeah, perfect.
Yes. All right, this is Marcos. Just question about back to the executive order. They talked about the career passport. What are your initial thoughts about that? Do you potentially see it being an addition to like the practical tools that are available for folks?
Yeah, that's a really good question. That also is to be determined, because we're at the very beginnings of the planning process. I'll say a couple of things. The first is at the last board meeting, we announced the launch of a task force that's looking specifically at both the opportunities that transcripts might have for career planning, skills-based hiring, and non-degree credentials or transcript tangential things. And so that task force is going to be looking at the very question that you're asking in depth and with the right level of expertise. And the second thing I'll say about that is that we think that e-transcript will have a collection of information that in some way can support the idea of a career passport. What that means on the technological side and on the design side, we're trying to be really thoughtful about. I hope that we can have more clarity around. I know we'll have more clarity about it in the coming months. And so I encourage you to ask that question again and see where we're at.
Lawrence Gamboa. Thank you, Ryan, for, again, amazing information. I really would commend you guys about taking and gathering data and thinking forward about like special request data processes. How we thought about like how we can promote that for future, doctoral students, think tanks, things that are gonna help us again branch out and leverage more of the public data and how that actually gets either integrated within what we're doing here, or does it stay with the owner individuals? And then the other one is looking at, as our state continues to grow with different communities, making sure that we have the tribal community councils on board, and then our military students in the pipeline, as they are growing in the pipeline as well.
Yeah, thanks for that flag. Suggestions like, again, I said this earlier, but I just think it's really, I would like to say it again, because those types of flags are exactly what we need, and so I'll say that in one of the variables, I'll have to double check on this, but I believe there is a variable related to military status that we have, so that's there. And, we are, in terms of expanding the data sets and also promoting it for the uses of research, there are a couple of things already in place, processes in place that address those things, and then there's some things in the future. So I'll try to tackle both of them. So the process that we're here to talk about today, which is the proposal process, happens here with the Community Engagement Advisory Group and also with the Data and Tools Advisory Group. And big picture is that these are formal processes in the governance manual that are meant to bring ideas from the advisory groups about how the data system can improve and can expand. And so if there are ideas for that, then we hope that that process gives a path for us to consider it, be thoughtful about it, and look into it. And we value that for the same reasons that I said earlier, which is we do our best to think holistically about what's going to make the system the best that it can be. And even then, we can't do it without the advice of everybody here, helping us cover blind spots and understand the different experiences, and particularly the ones that tend to go missing. So those processes exist. Looking into the future, we really hope that the research request tool that's going to be led by research manager David Lang, in its design and its usability, but then also in the way that we promote it, will lead to a lot of use of that, of the data for research in a way that while we remain policy neutral, we can still deliver on the promise of getting data to researchers that they hadn't had access to before. Part of that is going to be making sure that researchers know that it's available and how to do the research request process, and also designing that research request process so it represents an improvement on what they're used to. And so a lot of that is going to come from the design of the research request tool. I'd love your feedback on that when we get more active on it. And then the other side of that is going to be how we communicate and message what that tool is, who it's for, and how to use it. So that's kind of like an in the future thing, but I'm grateful that you flagged it as an interest, and I can see the importance of it, so I will be working on it.
Sure. In relation to the Adam Galvin. Hi. Nice to meet you. In relation to the research request tool, thinking about the dashboards and query tool, especially as something that practitioners will use and the public can use, and thinking about stewarding good use of data, especially for a number of degree and non-degree programs now that are using more data. Are there any ideas and plans on really integrating this with the schools and having students use it and being able to build that on the ground?
I love that idea. I love it. So short answer is a big part of the, so Shannon referenced earlier this idea of surrounding the tools with companion resources. And big picture is a lot of that will be around trying to meet the needs of data literacy and expanding to data literacy in general. Right now, we are focused on the use cases described in the personas. We've also added this kind of element of use cases based on how often people tend to use data. So you're kind of like frequent users, moderate users, and your brand new users. We like that because it can help us chop the personas up into more complex things. So for example, it's strange in a way to have a persona that is for a researcher and then one that is for a family member, because researchers are family members, and some family members are researchers. It kind of depends on the hat that you're wearing as you come to the tools. And so we hope that we can build data literacy companion resources that support all of those use cases. And I think it's a great idea to be thinking about what that would look like for folks who are in grade school, high school, and then in college in particular. And the good news is we are not that deep into that work yet. It's coming. And so when we open up for feedback and ideation, I'd love to have your input on that, because I think it's going to be really important to have it speak to that audience.
Thank you.
Yes, Alexis Takagi speaking. I just wanted to thank you and your team for your commitment to really humanizing these issues that students are experiencing daily and impact their trajectories from education to the secondary. And one question that I was hoping you can kind of shed light on is how you and your team are defining the variables. Some are more counterintuitive than others, but I was just, for more complex, especially when we're thinking about translations, is how are we being mindful of really, defining these variables, especially when we have multiple stakeholders like we're talking about. We have parents, researchers, students. So just any insight on that would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, it's a really good question. One of the tensions we're always trying to resolve in building analytic tools is, on one end of the spectrum, you've got users who want every possible variable. On the other end of the spectrum, you want folks who want the maximum amount of what we think of as hand-holding in the process, right? It's not a pejorative term. It's just sometimes you come to a website and you know roughly what kinds of questions you want to answer for yourself. For example, what are the different ways that one can become a teacher, right? But beyond that question, there are more nuanced questions that sometimes you might not know of, but when you see them, you realize that's a question I had, right? And so one of the ways that we're trying to solve that problem is that when we have the dashboards, the data dictionaries that are connected to those dashboards are designed with a number of users in mind and focused primarily only on the variables that are used in that dashboard, right? So when you look at the data dashboards, the plan is then to, if you want to understand, say, for example, what the credential type variable is, you'll go into the data dictionary, you'll see that there's credential type there defined, and then you'll see all around it the other variables that then you can go back to dashboard and see, like, oh, this one on authorization type, for example, also in the dashboard, right? So there's some connection there, and there isn't a set of variables in the data. It's not 200 variables long, right? That will exist, but it's not going to be like where the dashboards are. So in terms of categorizing them, there's that level of, like, we're trying to make an effort to have the experience be such that that data dictionary is directly connected to the dashboard that needs the dictionary, right? That's kind of one end of the spectrum, going slightly into the technical, but still kind of restricting it for the audience so it's not overwhelming. Then moving slightly towards the other end of the spectrum, there are going to be CSV exports, so spreadsheet exports of all the variables used to make the dashboard, aggregated at a level that they can be distributed publicly. So this is for your user who is coming to the website, they're studying tutor training, they've got questions that are probably more complex than what the dashboards answer. And so what they're going to want to do is then grab all of the underlying data out of it, load it up into Excel or their own sort of programming software. And then they'll have the whole breadth of data variables. And they can define those either by the data dictionaries that come with the teacher dashboards, or what will eventually become the larger repository of definitions. And so that's a long way of saying we try to compartmentalize the variables in a way that if you do not want to see all of them, then the plan is that you'll see the ones that are relevant. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Mike Nguyen, thank you so much, Ryan, for all your insight. I wanted to circle back to e-transcript really quickly. From my experience as a student, within the past year, transcripts are so important to sending to universities and everything, and especially with e-transcript launching. There's a lot of stakeholders with the counselors, students, and teachers. So I wanted to ask you about, how e-transcript is prioritizing speed, security, but also with that transition, ensuring like a smooth transition to just one centralized platform. Because from my experience, I was a dually enrolled student in high school and community college. And so we used a platform called Parchment. And so there's a lot of these platforms all over California colleges. So do you know what that transition is going to be like to one technological service for all universities and colleges?
Yeah, it's a really important question. It's not a question that there is a single answer for yet, but I will say that part of what the task force is exploring is solutions to that very question, including the possibilities for interoperable underlying data. So the use of standardized data versus a bunch of different kinds of transcript data that then don't often translate like from system to system. I think the field of possibilities is still, the field of possible solutions is still fairly wide open. But one thing that I'm really encouraged by in your question is that standards and interoperability is a topic, dual enrollment, very much topic. And so to hear you ask the question makes me feel encouraged that the task force is beginning to get at the right questions. As the work of the task force becomes public and we start to see some results, I'd love to hear from you if you feel that there are some areas maybe we haven't looked closely enough yet, because similar to the conversation about the analytic data tools, we as much as we can want to have opportunities to see where we've missed some things. And so I think it'll be a little bit easier to do that as the work of the task force progresses. The first task force meeting, my understanding, is going to be in November, so it'll be starting soon and it'll be running for several months. So excited about that.
Thanks so much for your insight.
You're welcome. Thanks for the question.
Carrie Nunez, I just wanted to add, when I mentioned earlier the K-16 collaboratives, I believe there's like a dozen or more, and part of their role is to commit to participating in Cradle-to-Career. So is there an intention that as this rolls out, there will be training specifically for the K-16 collaboratives, or maybe even a trainer specific to the analytical tools?
So that's a question. I welcome any of my colleagues to sort of weigh in on that also, but my understanding of that relationship is particularly around participation in CCGI. And so as a requirement for the K-16 collaborative, membership and participation in CCGI is required, and that's the connection because of our work in supporting the scale of CCGI. That said, there's a larger sort of question of sort of training and data literacy, and that's a thing that we have that we're thinking about a lot, largely around the supporting materials, but the idea of trainings in person or through other sort of delivery, methods, again, it's another one of those things where I think the field of solutions is kind of wide open right now. And so if you've got great examples of how that's been done before, I think that now is a great time to share it as we begin to design with supporting materials.
Well, I mean, part of why I'm noting it too is because I know that they're going to have to present data. That was the connection to the disaggregation at the city and county level. And so that is more them using the analytical tools and probably the queries for the deeper dives, like what we would probably want to do in the Bay Area K-16 collaborative. But I think that that's a separate type of training from like usage of Cal colleges or even the practitioner tools on. Yeah, so that would be good. And I'll share that as a reminder suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, so just a quick thought here. Thank you everybody for staying with us. I'm looking at the hour, so just a quick procedural check. I believe there was one.
Yes, so the team alerted us that there was a question in the Q&A, so we thought we could open it up for general public comment before we break for lunch so that the public doesn't need to wait until we reconvene and have another voting item. So
Perfect. So we don't have anyone in the room here in Sacramento. If there's anybody on the line that's participating virtually, please raise your hand now. I don't see any hands raised, but I'll give folks another moment.
And if you were the member of the public who put a question in the Q&A, please feel free to voice that over now if you'd like to.
There is one hand that's been raised. Dr. Roxana, talking is permitted, so please feel free to unmute yourself.
Hi there, thank you so much. I did put a question in the Q&A. I'll go ahead and read it. My question is, will the career passport be linked to the e-transcript and blockchain-based digital identity systems? I was curious to know if other members of the Cradle-to-Career group, along with this advisory board, are aware that data on these systems can never be deleted or corrected, that there's serious concerns around privacy and security of these systems and the tethering of multiple forms of longitudinal data to these systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. And I do not see any other hands raised. Okay, and then we have no other public comment at our other location. So thank you so much. Thank you for this. What we'll do now is it's 12:41. So let's meet back at like 12:30 if that works for folks. So we're gonna pause the audio in this room, and then for members of the public, 1:30, sorry, that would have gone back in time. So if we could see you again at 1:30, we'll see you then. Thank you so much. Perfect. Thank you, everybody, for joining us again. Just a quick welcome back. We're right on schedule. So welcome back from the lunch break, and thank you for joining us again. Before we get back into the work of the board, we will take a quick roll call just to ensure that we have quorum after returning from lunch. So Member Chang.
Present.
Member Curry Nunez.
Present.
Member Gamboa.
Present.
Member Gottlieb.
Present.
Member Jediditis. Member Largo. Member Lopez. Member Lopez Valdez.
Present.
Member Leverin.
Present.
Member Montes.
Present.
Member Nellam. Member Navarez.
Present.
Member Nguyen.
Present.
Member Rodriguez.
Present.
Member Tagagi.
Present.
And Member Viveros Walton. Okay, we have a quorum. Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody for returning with us, and members for being here. So at the end of Ryan Estrellada's presentation, he had mentioned, and we did get some member questions and comments about this annual student audit experience. So we'll now turn to agenda item 9, an update and discussion of the student audit experience. And we will now hear from Judy Chan, our Deputy Director of Digital Services, about this year's iteration of the student audit experience. Thank you. Judy Chan, please begin.
Hello, everyone. I'm Judy Chan, and I'm the Deputy Director of Digital Services. I'm excited to be here with you all today. I'll be giving you an update on the annual student experience audit. I'd like to note that there is a staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. If you're a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the CTC website. Next slide, please. According to the Education Code, the California Cradle-to-Career data system is responsible for conducting an annual student experience audit related to navigating the transition from secondary education to higher education. This research seeks to better understand the challenges, barriers,
and barriers students are experiencing. It grounds our work and ties it to the work streams that are outlined in the strategic plan to support the scaling, expanding, operating, and maintaining of operational tools, which are also known as practical tools for students and families. Ryan started to discuss this earlier, but last year's student experience audit identified 3 pain points. They are 1, the lack of resources to support students with special custodial circumstances. 2, a deep-seated fear to complete any government-related forms, and a general mistrust of local and governmental institutions. And 3, the lack of embedded guidance for post-application requirements. Last year's student audit started at the staff level. It focused on gathering practitioner perspectives on student experiences, but we did not hear from students directly. This year, we made sure to capture student voice and try to understand if student experiences match what practitioners previously shared. For 2023, we've partnered with Vital Research to conduct the student experience audit. They are a research and evaluation firm based in Los Angeles. They have 40+ years of experience and have completed over 1,500 survey projects. Their experience includes both qualitative and quantitative data collection and analysis. They have extensive experience working with and on behalf of people from diverse backgrounds and cultural communities. Their mission to create vibrant communities by amplifying the voices of underserved populations through inclusive social science research and evaluation fits well with C2C's values, which is why we think that they're the perfect partner to do this research with. Thanks. This year's audit uses a combination of quantitative and qualitative research methods. One of the instruments for data collection is the survey. It captures student voice on topics of college and financial aid application process. And more specifically, the survey asks about California students' experiences with applying for college, whether they had support in completing the process and the factors influencing decisions for application and attendance, their experience with applying for financial aid related to the support in completing the process, their awareness of the sources of financial aid available, and some of the barriers in the process, as well as the difficulties, challenges, and timeliness related to the receipt of financial aid, requesting of transcripts, and the transferring of credits. The survey questions were informed by literature review. Vital Research looked at peer-reviewed studies, published reports from relevant organizations, and also CTC's previous audit. The idea that students experience challenges when applying for colleges and for financial aid is not a new idea. The literature sets the foundation for what we know so far, and it confirms that these areas and topics have been researched and well studied. Some of the key findings from the literature review are that seeing college as attainable and having a trusted source that guide the process were important factors in applying for college. Students were often unaware of the amounts and types of financial aid available. The financial aid application is often viewed as complicated and confusing. Students face difficulties even after submitting financial aid applications and gaining admittance into post-secondary institutions because of the additional requirements. Foster and undocumented youth have specific obstacles and barriers special to circumstances, beginning with awareness around qualification for financial aid, as well as general greater difficulty with forms, paperwork, and providing documents. So what's left for us is to build on this information to try to uncover what it looks like in California, and to hear personal stories that we can connect to on a human level. The literature shaped and informed many of the questions for the survey. And the survey was programmed and administered online. Vital Research used a targeted, purposeful sampling approach to target youth who earned a high school degree or equivalency from California in the past few years, and who have also applied to post-secondary institutions. We had a goal of getting a minimum of 100 responses. Participants were recruited through Vital Research and C2C's networks, who may then ask for referrals for more participants through their networks using a snowball sampling technique. It was supplemented with research panel survey responses. In addition to surveys, we use interviews to supplement the survey findings with additional in-depth qualitative data. The goal was to gain a more in-depth insight into specific topics and areas. Similar to the surveys, the interviews also targeted post-secondary students who have experienced challenges in the application process with financial aid, receiving transcripts, dual enrollment, etc. The interview protocol is based on the same literature review and is initially somewhat broad, but the protocol is revised and modified based on the survey responses or the interview's experience. So therefore, the exact questions asked each participant may vary depending on the response from the participant. We have a target of interviewing and hearing from 6 to 8 students, recruiting from survey responses as well as the C2C and Vital networks. So one of the concerns we had going into the audit was the ability to gather sufficient responses from students. We shared on our social media, we asked members of our board to share this survey with your networks, and many of you have played a major part in helping to spread the word. So thank you for that. I'm very pleased to share that as of September 6th, we have gathered 101 responses, just a little bit over our target, right? So we have met the minimum. Vital Research conducted some preliminary analysis, and of the 101 eligible responses, 92 students applied and are attending or had attended post-secondary school. So Vital focused on this particular group of students, and some of the preliminary findings show that 47% reported experiencing challenges completing the application process. 84% reported applying for financial aid. 24% reported having trouble with high school transcripts. 22% reported having trouble with community college transcripts. 60% reported that they did not have any trouble with transcripts. And between 18 to 23% of students had trouble receiving or transferring credits. So the preliminary analysis of the C2C student audit survey data collected to date indicated that when students experience challenges in the general college application process, it's often knowing where to apply, understanding what their options are, and what the differences are between those options. The majority of students are actually applying for financial aid, and when they do, the biggest challenge is in gathering all the information that's needed, including the income tax returns, the W-2 forms, and other financial resources. So while most of the students who were awarded aid did receive their aid, just under half of the students in this group received enough aid to cover their full tuition, meaning that just over half had some or none of their tuition covered. And only 1/3 indicated that they received enough financial aid to cover additional expenses beyond tuition. So the survey will be kept open through the 15th, and Vital will continue collecting data and conducting interviews through Friday, September 22nd. The full write-up and report will be available in November for review and feedback. This is our presentation. I would like to turn it back over to Mary.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Judy Chan. That was a wonderful presentation, and I'd like to open it up to members. Are there any, questions, comments, concerns that we'd like to raise?
H11, I saw your survey come through and asked to send it out to students, and I would have loved to, except for it was past the senior year, so I no longer had emails to send it to those students. So I don't know if it would help sending it out at the beginning of June, right before they leave, when we still have that contact with them, or how to bridge that contact and help get those surveys out there.
I think that's a very good point. The next round, so because we did contact vital research for 2 years of student experience audit and thinking about how to best reach the population that we want to go. Knowing that possibly next year we might change the target population as well, but I think that's a very good point. And thank you for trying to circulate the survey among your network.
We appreciate your work. Thank you. Jacqueline Juarez. So to reiterate, looking at our counselor conferences might be a really good avenue. They're happening around this time, so we can share that information as a part of a C2C presentation, but then also it's being put in the ears of the CSUs and the UC so they could do it. So we could, kind of be hitting a couple of different populations based on perhaps what you're trying to survey at that moment.
Thank you for that thought. We'll keep that in mind and I'll reach out to you for, further discussion.
Judy, Lorenzo Gamboa, thank you again as well for the research. Really quick on the data, just because it's a smaller number, just segregating the data between community college, CSU, UC, private, would be important. And then also when asking about financial aid, I know many people and families feel like student loans are not part of the financial aid package. So quantifying whether or not they received or turned down those loans options would be important to see, did they receive enough, right? Expected family contribution versus like cost of attendance is very good.
Thank you for that, for those thoughts. I shared with you some of the preliminary findings, but in our full report, we will have more information about where students applied, including the disaggregation between 2 year, 4 years, private institutions as well. As for your question about the types of financial aid that students receive, I don't believe we get into that much detail, but something that we could consider in the future to add to our questions to get more richer information.
Hi, Michelle Chang. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question in terms of connecting the survey, the data, the analysis to C2C. Of course, I'm assuming it's informing our dashboards and our tools and the companion documents and items for practitioners, users, students, families. Can you talk more about, is C2C going to release a full-on report? What are we doing with that? Is it going to then inform other practitioners? Like, what is it that we're doing with these results besides validating some of the gaps that we have in the systems?
There will be a full report that will be published later this year, or possibly the early next year. I have to complete the timeline, but the report will be available for your review in November. The idea is to make sure that the work that C2C does is grounded in the realities of students. So some of the questions, and it informs some of the questions that we ask students, like in the literature review. Like some of the things that we asked FIDO to focus on was on the challenges that students experience when requesting transcripts for students that are dually enrolled. Because we know that as participation rates in dual enrollment increase, there will be more challenges and more students that require transcripts in order to apply for the secondary institutions. So we want to understand what those challenges are, and we're currently in the process of currently putting together a plan for the fall for the planning process and the task force to come up with a plan for e-transcripts. So whatever we hear from the student experience audit, it will inform some of those conversations as well.
And we do, sorry to pause in the room, we'll come back. We do have member Lopez Valdez on the line. I'd like to please unmute yourself, member Lopez Valdez.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the review of the audit. I was, as you were speaking, I was reviewing the audit for 2022, and I'm wondering where does kind of my feedback will live is in about thinking about asset-based language, because we talk about the challenges, but what are some things that are working? Like when I was trying to do the math with the percentages that you're sharing, is like 53% did not experience a challenge, right? And so like what stories are we capturing there that we can elevate, even scale or present in some way to say like, this is working and this is what we can do, presumably. But just, I guess my point is, what is like, have there been thoughts about doing some asset-based language, and thinking about how are we thinking about bringing their experiences, the students' capital, to the forefront of these conversations?
I think that in addition to the surveys, we're also using interviews. And through those interviews, we hope to be able to capture these rich stories that we can, I mean, it will not be identifiable, but it will actually help us understand the perspectives of students that are currently experiencing some of these challenges or recently met these challenges.
So just a quick, I see one hand here. Are there any other hands? Okay, so 3 hands. Okay, all right, we'll start with Member Montes, please.
Hi, Marcos Montes. One quick question I had. I heard you talk about target population. Sorry, it's after lunch and I blanked out on what the target population was for this year. And then I heard you mention there might be opportunities for the target population to change. I want to see like what are the parameters for like other targeting certain populations, right? Like undocumented students, foster youth, which we already have some knowledge about, seeing if there's some opportunities to target those in future audits.
There is possibility to change the target population. This year, we focused on students who graduated from high school in California and have attended or are currently attending a institution of higher education. For next year, we have lots of flexibility, right? And I want to hear from all of our board members and our experts on what is it that we're interested in looking more at. This year is sort of a pilot study, right? It gives us a starting point in which we can, and this is the first year that we've actually heard directly from students. So next year we can think about how we can improve that further, or what populations we want to hear from and dig deeper into. So we can have that discussion.
I'm Member Jackie Navarre, so I think you might have been leading into my point of reference. So looking at our recent legislations with AB 2015, the mandate that all 11th graders have financial aid literacy prior to their 12th grade year, AB 469 mandating that all students complete a financial aid application or an opt-out, and AB 288 scholarship displacement. I'm wondering if there's maybe looking at the idea of being able to capture some of those reasons that we know students may not be receiving the financial resources or have access to those financial resources in this. I know I had met with legislators last year, and that was something that they were going to be looking at, trying to like enumerate this legislation to substantiate, ongoing growth and whatnot with it. So I didn't know if that was something that you guys were considering, looking at some of the recent legislation and putting it in a question format.
We have not done that exactly, but we have looked into reasons why students are either not applying for financial aid, or whether they've turned it down or have reasons for why they have not attended, they decided to not attend, right? So that's part of the that's part of the picture, but it has not tied directly to legislation. That's something that we could do, but it would also be, it would also depend on whether students are aware of some of this legislation. So,
well, and I'm just thinking, even not necessarily the students may be aware. I think informing the students is, and parents, is really pertinent for our work. But even just use kind of having synonymous verbiage, so that way we're creating the continuity in the state with the Cradle-to-Career and the legislation, that we're kind of saying the same things in different places and spaces to reiterate that understanding.
That's something that we can consider for the future. Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Alexis Takagi, I was kind of aligning with what my colleague said. What kind of informs the research topic or the target population? I know last year we didn't focus on students, and this year we are. So is there any compounding variables that led to that decision, or just what's kind of the thought process on what leads these audits?
So we approached this year's audit as sort of a follow-up to last year's. So last year the focus was on information to scale, California colleges at EDU, so we heard mostly from practitioners. And this year, we wanted to, one, verify that students are experiencing what practitioners have shared, and then also two, to dig into further information about students that are duly enrolled, and also asked about transcripts, like the challenges with transcripts, because that informs our work with e-transcript or other practical tools. As for next year, I think that it depends, and I'm open to suggestions and conversation with members of the board about what would be important and would be important to hear from.
Okay, so we've heard a lot of topics that we can definitely agendize and bring forward to the community engagement board. I think this is potentially one thing that we can do and work on. So thank you, Judy, again. I think that wraps up Q&A section here. And we can move on to our next agenda item unless there's other thoughts. And then as Judy Chan had mentioned, that this will be an item at our upcoming November governing board meeting. So folks can also stay tuned there. All right, so moving on to agenda item 10, an overview of the Cradle-to-Career Advisory Board recommendation process. As a reminder, every year the advisory boards will undergo the proposal process. And before we ask members to take action on the proposal that we received this year, the office would like to provide an overview of what this process entails. So I'd like to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. And if you're a member of the public that would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on our website. All right, so the Community Engagement and Data and Tools Advisory Boards met in June. If we could get the next slide, please. There were two main components to this meeting: a presentation of the P20W data set and a review of the recommendation forms and rubric. The governance manual states that prior to the fall advisory board meeting, the office will convene a public meeting where advisory board members can learn more about the available data points and ask questions of the data providers about additional information that might be useful to access through C2C. Ryan Estrellado, Director of Data Programs, we've heard from today, provided the advisory boards a presentation on the P20W data set, including the new 20 data points that the governing board approved at the May governing board meeting. After that presentation, there was an open forum allowing SMEs or subject matter experts the opportunity to provide more information, insight, and clarity, and also provide a space for the advisory board members to ask questions of the SMEs or the office. So the dedicated space and time to convene with SMEs was exceptionally helpful, and advisory board members appreciated the time invested in order to make that conversation as clear and informational as possible. After this presentation, the office provided an overview of the recommendation process. And as a reminder, every fall, the Community Engagement Advisory Board can provide recommendations. It's important to note that since the two advisory boards have different scopes, the type of recommendations that they can provide are a little bit different. So specifically, community engagement recommendations are focused on feedback loops with data users, evidence-based decision-making and analytical capacity, and equitable access to actionable information. Data and tools recommendations are focused on changes to the data request process, changes to tools such as dashboards or practical tools for students, or adding data points that are not currently available through the P20W data set, or adjusting existing data points. As both advisory boards have the opportunity to submit recommendations, obviously your process closed, which we'll hear more about that today, but data and tools is still open, submissions end today actually. Each advisory board reviewed the recommendation form and rubric. Next slide, please. So the annual recommendation process consists of several stages. It's a structured approach and it provides a systematic framework for evaluation and adaptation. In the fall, public meetings are held to prioritize primary recommendations, and the advisory board finalizes those recommendations received. Subsequently, they are subjected, should the advisory board choose to move them on, to feasibility studies in the spring. And the primary objective is to ensure efficient collaboration between the public, the advisory board, and data providers. So prior to this meeting, the advisory, as I just mentioned, the advisory board turned in their recommendations. So this process closed on August 12th. And the recommendations have been made publicly available. In fact, the office has created a static landing page that was built specifically to provide an overview of this process, house all associated materials such as those rubrics and proposal forms that I just talked about, and then showcase the proposals that the office has received. At the fall meeting, which is where we are today, the advisory board will determine which recommendations should be escalated to a feasibility study. So this is our next agenda item. So y'all will be making this decision very soon here. The advisory board will meet again in the spring to determine which recommendation should be referred to the governing board for recommended approval based on the feasibility study findings. And I will now be turning it over to David Lang, our research manager, who will provide additional information about the feasibility study process. Thank you so much, David.
Yes, thank you. Next slide. Greetings, members of the Board of the Public. My name is David Lang. I'm a research manager at Cradle-to-Career, California, and I'll be giving a high-level overview of the role of feasibility studies in expanding our data products. Just to underscore Mary Kate's point, the development of our data tools follows a very specific procedure and process. The advisory board contributes potential data tool ideas, and if this idea is prioritized for more serious consideration, the C2C staff will undertake a feasibility study to evaluate the recommendations and relay feedback. The advisory board can then incorporate this information in deciding whether or not to advance the recommendations of the governing board. The governing board then uses these feasibility studies to move forward with proposals. This process is designed to ensure that the resulting data tools are functional and aligned with our organizational mission and objectives. Next slide. The advisory board plays a pivotal role in our organizational structure. Input from the advisory board is sought both before and during the developmental phases of these tools. The primary goal here is to extract meaningful and effective and efficient data tool ideas. Feedback from our advisory board ensures that the tool remains focused on end user requirements and stakeholder concerns. The open-ended nature of the data proposal phase will help facilitate generating a wide variety of ideas, and the feasibility study will be an important next step in seeing if these ideas can be operationalized. Our office, next slide. Our office will rigorously conduct and assess feasibility studies on select proposals, specifically scrutinizing questions of data availability, data reliability, and data validity. As well as other important and essential facets like legal requirements and cost. When assessing these proposals, we'll assess three fundamental questions: the data's existence, the potential need for extra resources, and possibilities for enhancing safety and efficiency and execution of these proposals. Throughout this process, we remain committed to preserving the neutrality of our office, ensuring that our evaluations are neutral. And in short, the feasibility studies will answer the following three questions. Can this proposal successfully be completed? Are additional resources required to execute this proposal? And are there ways the proposal can be executed in a safer and more efficient fashion? Next slide. And what the feasibility study will cover are basically three broad areas or considerations of whether or not these proposals can be executed. The first of which is what I would term data considerations. This means that the data we will be evaluated on a number of dimensions. Including its availability, reliability, and validity. It's imperative that the data in consideration is not only accessible, but also consistent and true to its designated function and intended use. If there's a need for new data, we will explore a variety of methods for its collection, and these will be thoroughly explored. Next slide. The second set of consideration in this study will be cost. Part of this proposal will write up estimates of startup costs to kickstart the initial data collection efforts, as well as highlight any ongoing and recurring maintenance costs that we anticipate. And finally, again, one of the things that I want to emphasize is that part of this process will be endeavoring to identify potential efficiencies of data collection and finding ways to do things as safely and as efficiently as possible. Our next set of considerations is, next slide, is what I would broadly term as compliance considerations. These are questions as to whether or not the proposed data tool falls within the scope of the Cradle-to-Career Act and its associated domains. In addition to that, we take concerns of privacy and legal compliance quite seriously. The study will gauge the extent that adding addition of new data points might lead to potential re-identification issues or other questions of legal compliance. And finally, again, I want to emphasize that the importance that Cradle-to-Career maintains its neutrality in the creation of these data tools in a repository, as a repository of this longitudinal data. The neutrality of the office will remain a top priority, and proposals will be assessed with these concerns in mind. Next slide. Upon the conclusion of our feasibility study, the feedback will be relayed to the board. Following that, the board will be able to decide whether or not to advance a amended, revised, or this study as is to our governing board for further approval process. That process should take part in the spring. I know this has been fairly high level. I suspect many of you have context-specific questions about this process, so I will forward things along to Mary Kate to help facilitate Q&A.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So we walked through, the main parts of the recommendation process and what it will look like for us. We had that slide in front of us where it broke down each meeting and that trajectory. So are there any questions, comments, concerns from members?
Question, this is Chris now. The framework, where is that, the community engagement framework? Isn't that what the proposals are about?
Yeah, that is a good question. I believe it's on our website.
Okay.
We also, I believe I was able to link it to the form itself in a second iteration.
It's an attachment.
This is Marianne Bates. If helpful, the version that you're looking at is what was developed during the planning process. So we expect that over time with your input, this framework will continue to evolve and improve over time. So the starting point for that document came out of the planning process and was kind of formally reviewed and created during the planning process. That's the starting point that you're now looking at.
Yeah, one comment I have just about we continue to enhance this process would be making some of the considerations more tailored to community engagement proposals. I feel like the considerations, especially the data ones right now, talk about are more for the data advisory board. And for example, I know I didn't submit one because it was more about a data point, and that was I'm on the community engagement board, and I thought that I had to I didn't have anything for the community engagement side of things. But even just as we enhance this process, maybe helping outline the considerations that will fall under each of the boards a little bit more separately and tailored to each board.
Related, Meredith Curry-Nunez, it feels like that could be the case across boards. I think there might be folks here on this board that might have insights for the data and tools, and potentially vice versa. So clarifying over time what those avenues are, because we could be here, but to your point, I also have data related ideas. So it would be great to make that explicit for us.
This is Marianne. If I can jump in on that, there are two places currently where your roles as advisory boards are defined. So one is in education code in the legislation. Just looking this up. This is section 10.865. So this is part of AB 132, where you as advisory advisory boards were officially created. And there's just one sentence each for each advisory board that says, here's the responsibility of the Data and Tools Advisory Board, here's the responsibility for the Community Engagement Advisory Board. So that legislation is one place where that's defined. The second place where this is defined is in the governance manual of the governing board, which gets much more specific and where they tried to be quite concrete about here's what the Data and Tools Advisory Board recommendations are in the scope, and here's the scope for the Community Engagement Advisory Board. So if more clarity is needed on that, that's something that we could communicate each year. The governing board has a governance manual committee that creates updates to the governance manual. Usually it happens between the November and the February governing board meetings. A committee convenes to look at potential updates that have been discussed over the year. So they're, just to reiterate, if there are changes to the scope that you have that could be made in the governance manual, that would be the mechanism for that. And of course, changes to statute follow the normal process.
Thank you for highlighting that. Yep, to piggyback, there will be the formation of the ad hoc committee at our November 1 governing board meeting, and then that committee will do the work over winter. So something to look forward to. And should there be any changes, that's definitely something that, you know, we could take a look at. Probably this would be highlighted again at that summer meeting if we wanted to make changes to the form, should the governance manual support those changes. Perfect, thank you. And I think it is really important to just note that, you know, this is a new process. And so we do really appreciate, like, we are taking this as a growth opportunity. And so we appreciate any feedback, and we've received some today. So thank you so much. It was a steep learning curve. So it should something come up at 10 o'clock tonight or 2 a.m. tomorrow morning, you know, feel free to reach out, because we do want to make this process as good as it can be, while still adhering to the governance manual. That's just a little bit of a caveat there. So thank you all so much. And then we'll see how much we can implement for next year to make it even better. Okay, perfect. Any other thoughts here, or we'll wrap up this agenda item? Thank you so much. Okay, so we will now move on to agenda item 11, presentation and discussion, public comment and possible action on community engagement recommendation proposal. So the office received one proposal, yay. And as the governance manual states, we will now receive a presentation from member Curry Nunez, who submitted that proposal. Quick thought here though, just quick procedural note. After the presentation, as the governance manual states, I know I keep saying this, but it's important to remind us of these procedural tasks set forth before us. Member Curry Nunez will provide her presentation. We'll open it up for public comment. Then we'll have member dialogue. During member dialogue, if members want to make any amendments to the proposal, that's something that can be discussed. It's on the table at that time. And then we'll open it back up for public comment. So, and then we'll obviously vote on the item. So as it's a deviation from the normal process, right? We don't typically do public comment twice for one agenda item. I just really want to highlight that for folks following along with us. And I also would like to remind everybody that there's a staff report that's available for this item. Should anybody like to follow along and read more about member Curry Nunez's proposal. So with that, I'll pass it off. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Community Engagement Advisory Board and CJC staff. If we could go to the next slide. So again, I'm excited to be here with you all on agenda item number 11. This is a topic around student leadership for the Cradle-to-Career boards. And I'm Meredith Curry Nunez. I go by Merit pronouns she, her, sha. And I'm the Executive Director of the Northern California College Promise Coalition. Next slide, please. NCCPC is a coalition of now 60 organizations spanning 12 counties from Sacramento down to the Central Valley. And of our pillars, one of them is policy, another one is practice. And in terms of our functional priorities and our principles as a coalition, one of those really top priorities is to elevate and center student voice,
which is the main focus of my presentation today. And I just want to say that I feel like it's a privilege, an honor, and a dream come true to be able to advocate for student leadership in this space with this community. Next slide, please. So my proposal, specifically the nature of it, is on feedback loops with data users, specifically to ensure that students are always part of this process of providing feedback. The action that I recommend is that we make it an explicit requirement, potentially through enhancements in the language in the manual, potentially even through ed code, that students of all ranges be appointed to our governing and advisory boards annually. And my proposal encourages us to also consider the diversity among students, both in terms of where they are in their college to career journey, whether they're a high school student or a college student, et cetera, but also diversity in demographics and lived experiences. I share the perspective of many leaders across California, many of which are in this room, that student voice is key to solving the challenges that are impacting them the most. Unfortunately, there is a precedent of having student leaders on both of our advisory boards. Next slide, please. So as you'll see on this chart, as of right now, or as of today, last year we had one member on the Data and Tools Advisory that was indicated to be a student. This year, at least in the slate, there were 2 individuals noted as students, but I understand there are others here who are studying and pursuing advanced degrees. But so we do have 2 years in a row of having students on the boards. The reason that I have this chart on this slide indicated in this way for possible is because this recommendation is to encourage us to think about how we can continue to have student leaders ongoing in one or both of the advisory boards and potentially on the governing board. And I want to thank specifically newly appointed student member, Mike, for his public comment at the August meeting and giving me permission to include his comment in my proposal, which you will see laid out in detail. But if we go to the next slide, I just thought it would be helpful because I am elevating student voice to have student voice as part of this presentation. So an excerpt from Mike's public comment on August. As a first-generation student and the first in my family to seek higher education, I deeply understood the challenges of navigating the college process this past year. I will use this platform to shape the Cradle-to-Career data system by providing insight from a youth perspective and raising awareness of equitability across every part of the process. I want to empower students to know they are not alone and that support is here for them. Their full potential is achievable. And I believe students hearing this message from peers is valuable and critical in what we're, especially as we're talking about outreach and making sure that we get these resources to the students who need them most. And I imagine that we have many more students across the state who would share these same thoughts. Next slide, please. So in terms of who would benefit from this action as laid out in the proposal, I believe that all four persona types will benefit, whether they're an analyzer or a practitioner. Students' lived experiences are going to be key. Understanding what they're experiencing now in the moment and how they're able to access or not the different resources and tools that we're talking about is important. And by institutionalizing student representation, that means that the data system and the Cradle-to-Career office can continually benefit from their leadership. And so next slide. In terms of who would implement this action, the Cradle-to-Career Data System Office has the explicit responsibility around communications, but I believe that they'd also, this would be in partnership with the Advisory Board Selection Ad Hoc Committee that would be formed for that next recruitment cycle. Earlier I shared that there's precedent on the 2 advisory boards, but there is not yet one on the governing board. So with the approval from the Community Engagement Advisory Board, if this moves to a feasibility study, that can help determine if it makes sense to add student leaders to that board and at what time in the 5-year timeline. The governance manual will also need to be updated accordingly to indicate how the students would be appointed. And I've listed here on the slide the specific pages of the governance manual that is explicit about the responsibilities of both of these groups. Next slide, please. So how does this action relate to the vision and mission of C2C? Well, I pulled this prompt specific, or this quote specifically from AB 132. But it does engage members of the public, and students are members of the public and also the crucial stakeholders of all of the work that we're doing. And I believe that we've checked, and there's nothing in the governance manual restricting a student as early as high school from applying or being on the advisory boards. And again, coupled with precedent, I think that makes a strong case for doing this ongoing for the future. Next slide, please. Because the intention of this proposal was to evaluate the community engagement plan, I wanted to call out 2 specific areas in the plan that are explicit about lifting up student expertise and highlighting students' assets. And I believe that by having them sit at one of these boards, if not all 2 or 3 each year, will allow us to do that in a way that is really holding true to what students would find as effective ways that their strengths and assets are being lifted up. Next slide, please. This is expanding a little bit beyond my proposal, but the opportunities for this action, again, there's precedent on 2 of our 3 boards, but there are also several state bodies who have implemented this in their governance. Thanks to research from different colleagues, we know that bodies like CSAC, the California Student Aid Commission, the CSU, the California State University, the UC, the University of California, and the CCC, the California Community Colleges, all appoint students. Some appoint 1 or 2 students, all appoint them with voting power. Next slides, please. And to help on this slide, I provided 2 examples of ed code, one from the community colleges and the other from the California State University for consideration if this is to move through a feasibility study. One option that can be considered is whether we need to add or can add similar language to the different foundational documents that inform how the Cradle-to-Career data system operates. And we can be explicit in the language about how many students are appointed, what standing they must have in school, and their voting rights. Next slide, please. Possible challenges to this action. As I've noted in my proposal, one specific area of consideration is a second lane of messaging around outreach for the advisory board recruitment that is specifically targeted to students. I believe the last 2 years, it was the messaging when it was reviewed, there was no explicit or specific statement that students could apply. And I think that one small kind of adjustment to the language in the outreach could go a long way to having more leaders, student leaders consider this role. But it's not just that, it's also, as was mentioned earlier, social media. We also would need to, the communications lane would need to meet students where they are, and they may not be on LinkedIn or the other channels where this was being promoted. I listed other operational recommendations in my proposal, such as allowing students to attend virtually and potentially revisiting meeting hours to accommodate student representatives and their schedules. Last, the Cradle-to-Career team may need to track student applications separately from other applications to ensure that enough are received for consideration. I'm not sure how many of our applications this last year came from students out of the 118, but I do know we had at least 1 other student alternate, so there were 3. But in the case that each year, maybe there's a low number of student applicants, it would behoove us to, have some kind of indicator, internal indicator, where we're able to then implement a second or third phase of outreach to make sure we get students on time. And next slide and last slide. So final thoughts. I asked the Community Engagement Advisory Board to thoughtfully consider this proposal to codify a requirement for students to be appointed to 1 or more of the boards each year. If we approve this for a feasibility study, I recommend we explore enhancements to the governance manual. I've listed here 2 pages where both the advisory boards and the governing boards are described. For the advisory boards, students can be appointed to 1 or both each year, and maybe being explicit about that. It would be helpful. And if it does make sense to appoint students to the governing board, perhaps 2 of the public members can be students. Last, we should appoint no less than 2 students on the same board is my recommendation. Last year we had 1 on data, this year we have 2. And I believe that by having 2 students on the same board, we give them an opportunity for peer learning and peer networking. As shared by a leader that I was talking to recently who supports the youth liberation movement. We need to consider how young people furthest from opportunity can be sought out and actively engaged, which again leads to implications for messaging, but also onboarding of student board members and supporting them as they're figuring out how to navigate and engage thoughtfully in this process. I also want to just close out with noting that as we think of the diversity of student representatives, thinking of where they are in their school journey, but also what they have gone through is important. So whether they've gone through the foster system, experienced homelessness, or the juvenile system, as well as young parents and immigrants, they're often excluded from these systems and are likely to have the highest levels of imposter syndrome to even consider a role like this and not see themselves as potential leaders on C2C boards. I believe if we can recruit at least 2 students each year for one board and a max of 6 students across all 3 boards in the future, we're more likely to engage students early on in this process who represent intersections of multiple elements of marginalization that we do not want left out of this conversation. And so to close, thank you Community Engagement Advisory Board for the opportunity to present this proposal. Thank you Cradle-to-Career Data System team for this process that you provided us. I look forward to everyone's questions and comments into the public comments. And again, I ask that you please approve this proposal as is or with amendments so that it can go to the next phase for a feasibility study. Thanks for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. So we will get to member thoughts, but first we're going to open it up for public comment. So just stay tuned. So there's no public comment here in the room in Sacramento, so we'll open it up to our virtual space. Those in Zoom, I already see 2 hands, and I just, to get a full idea of how many folks we have, if there's anybody else that would like to comment on this item, I'd love you to raise your hand now. But seeing no change, well, okay, 3, wonderful. Anybody else? Feel free to jump on. Or in. Okay, so that's the 3. We'll start with AJ as I saw their hand first. So AJ, feel free.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, my Zoom phone works. Good afternoon. My name is AJ Johnson with the organization California Competes Higher Education for a Stronger Economy. I'm calling in support of the proposal Meredith Curry Nunez presented to codify student leadership on the California Cradle-to-Career boards. Recently, our organization held a joint webinar with C2C staff called Charting the Course for a People-Powered Data System, discussing the role of user-centered design in establishing a data infrastructure that not only advances California's goals of improving education and workforce outcomes for its residents, but also fosters accessibility and engagement from all stakeholders, which includes students. So we believe the proposal to include student leaders on the boards will bring student users valuable insights to C2C's approach and plans throughout the data system design. And we also think this proposal aligns our beliefs with our actions. Students whose data is being shared and collected to help us reach our shared goals should have a seat at the table, and it's an important step for transparency and equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will open it up for our next commenter. I apologize, I did not do a sufficient job on my end in the preparation of this. So we will limit it to 2 minutes. That wasn't an issue with our last speaker. Joe, please feel free to start your comment.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Greetings, advisory board members. I'll try and get it in 2 minutes, so I'm going to talk fast. My name's Joe Harity. I'm here with a few hats on, primarily as a founding ally advisor to the Youth Liberation Movement, a youth and young adult led group whose sole focus is on translating lived experiences into actionable solutions, and a co-founder and currently a convener of the California Opportunity Youth Network, which is focused on developing a young adult fellowship and meaningfully including young leaders in our steering committee. I just want to speak briefly in support of Member Curry Nunez's recommendations here, really enthusiastically support of the idea of including young people as seated members of this group. It seems all too often in education that the users of education are folks to be studied rather than co-creators. So that really is exciting to see folks being included here in such an important body. And really appreciated seeing Member Curry Nunez highlight other boards and commissions that are doing this work and the structured processes and requirements that they're utilizing, so that there is a clear pathway to do this in California in education. That said, I just would encourage the group to take this even further, including young people, that is including current lived experiences, is an opportunity to find institutional wisdom by creating a process capable of harnessing the collective intelligence of all stakeholders. Inclusion is not about presence alone. It is about a reliable and repeatable process that ensures the full participation of all members. Meeting hours is a first step. Focus on those furthest from opportunity is an important other piece. And then what about structures of meetings and different types of support that can ensure young people and young leaders are able to participate fully in the conversation? Snuck it in.
Very good. Thank you. We have one more commenter. That's Bao. Please feel free to start.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Bao Vang with the organization of Northern California College Promise Coalition, and I am calling in support for the proposal of Meredith Curry Nunez presented to codify student leadership on the California Cradle-to-Career boards. As a first-generation college graduate and former student leader, being in various decision-making roles has empowered me to believe that I can help make the change that I want to see. So approving this proposal would not only ensure that students have explicit leadership roles on these boards to help center student voices, but also uplift the importance of student agency and advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there's anybody else, I'm not seeing any other commenters at this time. Member Lopez Valdez, can you just confirm that if there's any speakers in your room?
No speakers.
Fantastic. Okay, so that will wrap up our first public comment portion. And now we will open it up for member comments, questions, amendments. And sorry, one more.
If I may make one quick logistical note, we received some feedback that online they're picking up some noise from papers and typing. So you can keep that in mind. It's harder to hear your voices if there's any background noise. Thank you.
Thanks for that reminder. Yes, please. Member Nguyen.
I just wanted to say I really support this proposal. As a student member myself, I found that the college application process, which I went through this past year, was difficult. And I can only imagine it being more difficult for hundreds of thousands of students across our state with so many different difficulties navigating UC, CSU, Common App. And so I feel that having a student here, especially being a new state entity, would provide security for students having a seat at the table, having a voice, but also setting precedent early on for students to make a difference, especially with their diverse perspectives in the community, in the curriculum. They're immersed into the school. And so I feel that it would be important for student members to be present, to have their voice heard and have that voting power. I also see that besides, university student members, we also have student members at the government level, especially at the California Department of Education. We have a student member on the State Board of Education, the Instructional Quality Commission. And I think that having student members here with Cradle-to-Career would add value to that as well, amplifying, our concerns, our voice, and what improvements we can have a say in. Thank you.
Member Nellam?
Sure, Chris Nellam, I think the proposal is fantastic. Maybe you did a great job. I think I don't know if these thoughts are revisions or not, but just two thoughts. One is my fear is that potentially the bulk of the members may be grad students. And so I don't know if there's a way on maybe the back end to ensure that high school students and more undergrads get a fair shake. Then the other thought, not to assume that students need it, but we have heard it in other spaces, which on the feasibility part may make it more expensive, but to think about staff time from the C2C office to support those members in particular. Should they need support? Should they feel, intimidated, depending on the body? And so just two things to think about, but I think the proposal is fantastic.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed a hand. Yes, please.
Adam Gottlieb, also very much in support of this proposal. To maybe go a step further, to what Chris mentioned. Obviously, we have 3 public systems of higher education. We have a private system or AICCU schools, in addition to high schools. One of the main considerations is not just high school, undergrad, grad, but representation from potentially those different systems, including private nonprofit universities, which I feel like are often left out of that. Often left out of the situation generally. So again, very much in support, but also want to consider ways that we can safeguard, not safeguard, but ensure that we have equal representation from different systems.
Hi, this is Marcos Montes. Yeah, I'm also in support of the presentation. Thank you so much, Meredith, for bringing it forward. I think we definitely have to be intentional about reserving seats on these boards for students. And once we have the seats, right, it's on the office, on the rest of the boards to help bring those students forward. I think another way to also help bring it forward students, and I think I would welcome this as an amendment to the proposal is, or included in the feasibility study, how we can incentivize, compensate students' times and efforts for this. Thank you for so much for including that, the precedent that already exists of that. And a lot of those students that are serving on those boards are compensated in a way, maybe not through like a salary or stuff like that, but they're compensated through like educational stipends, scholarships. They get some of their cost of education covered if they're college students. So looking at maybe including that in the feasibility study, see like what kind of options would be available, if any, to Cradle-to-Career. I'm not aware of any statute that might limit that. Something might be out there, I don't know, but compensate, to be able to incentivize, compensate students' time and effort in joining the board.
Hi, Jackie Morris. I definitely support Mayor's proposal. I want to thank you for sharing that because, I'm just thinking about the dynamic nature of education right now and the mere fact that we have students who have experienced a life and education that we've never experienced. And so making sure we have those voices present in the room. We know going forward, as we're speaking about California colleges.edu, this is going to transformation. There's going to be transformational change throughout our state as we're implementing, various platforms. We know the FAFSA is going to be changed this fall. So I think to have a dynamic voice in the room with us and multiple, so we have a couple different experiences, it really is essential for us to be able to do the work that we need to do to serve our community rather than serving them based on older data. We have an active voice that's giving us, current information, including like, what's the social media app that they're using now? Because it changes, every day. So, and the language. So thank you so much, Mayor, for proposing this.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. I don't believe I'm missing them. Okay, sure.
Mine is a technical clarifying question. Go for it.
Christopher Nellum, just having another thought that's not fully baked, but like the little folks, like the younger folks, I'm curious. Young folks can't, well, they could be on this body, but maybe consider the parents of like littles as well as a potential slight revision. It's just a thought. I think a lot of folks think about college and high school students, but middle and younger, it's probably hard to have them fly up here and be here for the day.
Mine was just about the suggestion I had to amend the proposal. Do we need to make a motion for that, or is that already something just staff can make note of?
Yes, so that's a good question. We do have our general counsel on the line that I believe can walk us through that. I have potential 3 noted amendments, 2 coming from member Nella and 1 coming from yourself. Happy to repeat those real quick. And so your thought, if I've captured it correctly, was amending to see how we can compensate students and maybe covering that in the feasibility study, stipends, or you gave a handful of other things, but we'll be able to look back to the record on that. And then member Nellam had mentioned different types, looking at different types of students. So not just focus on grad, high school and college. And then we just had the addition of parents of little folks. And then the thought of staff time to support work, should we bring on students? So I think that these are potential amendments. We haven't made a motion and we haven't gotten a second. So general counsel can feel free to chime in here, but my thought would be is that we can get a member motion on this. They can include these amendments as I just stated them. And then we could get a second and then open it up for public comment.
And if it makes it easier, I don't think they need to restate the actual amendments. They can just say, if the motion is to say, approve the proposal as amended by all of the amendments discussed during the item to be moved forward to the feasibility stage phase, that would be fine. But if they only want to include some amendments and not others, then it'd be better to specify that in the motion.
Thank you.
And can I also tack on the amendment to add representation across segments of education. It was kind of a part of Chris's, but separate.
Okay, thank you.
Michelle Chang, and we do love the amendment regarding parents from member Nellam, but I feel like we need to clarify that. Does that mean 3 seats? Is it 1 for a parent, 1 for a student? So I think we need more clarity before I agree to that amendment.
Well, so
is it based on feasibility?
Good thought, yes. But so at this point, this would all just go to the feasibility stage. And then in March, we would hear more. And then that's when we can really dig into what this would look like. So we have plenty of time to mull, is what I'm saying. Please.
Yeah, no, I move to take this proposal to feasibility study with as amended.
Okay.
With all the amendments.
Michelle Chang, second.
Perfect, thank you. We have a motion, we have a second, as noted with all amendments. So what I'd like to do at this time is open it up for public comment for the final round here. So no one in Sacramento would like to comment. Is there anybody on Zoom that would like to comment? Please raise your hand at this time. Scanning our virtual audience, I'm not seeing any hands raised, but I'll give folks another second. Seeing no change in status, we'll close public comment for our virtual folks. And then member Lopez Valdez, can I just confirm if you have anybody in your room with you?
No one here.
Fantastic. Okay, perfect. So we're going to close public comment. We got no public comment. What we're going to do now is we're going to have a roll call vote. And as a reminder, I know we just heard it, but to be perfectly clear what we're voting on, the motion was to promote this proposal to have a feasibility study that we'll hear about in March, and we'll be taking all amendments. So we'll start with member Chang.
Aye.
Member Curry. Nunez.
Aye.
Member Gamboa.
Aye.
Member Gottlieb.
Aye.
Member Judaitis. Member Largo. Member Lopez. Member Lopez Valdez.
Aye.
Member Leverin.
Aye.
Member Montes.
Aye.
Member Nellam.
Aye.
Member Navarez.
Aye.
Member Nguyen.
Aye.
Member Rodriguez.
Aye.
Member Takaki.
Aye.
Member Viveros Walton. Okay, the motion passes. We have 12 ayes. So should we just? Thank you, Member Curry Nunez, for that wonderful idea and the valuable contribution to help strengthen the work of Cradle to Career. We appreciate your insight, expertise, and thought that was put into crafting this proposal. So this will conclude this year's round of proposals, and we look forward to seeing what brilliant ideas come from you all next year. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you,
did I
everybody.
rush that moment of joy?
No, thank you so much, Community
I took a
Engagement
picture
Advisory
of it for
Board.
her.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all the future leaders who will be here with us.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, so we will now move on to agenda item 12, which is a report out of community ambassador work of the advisory board members related to Cradle-to-Career mission and vision. Next slide, please. So I'd like members to refer to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. If you're a member of the public following along, this can be found on our website. So at our August 9th governing board meeting, the governing board approved the Cradle-to-Career strategic plan as Executive Director Marianne Bates shared with us earlier this morning. One objective that I'm going to highlight right now is in the office operations section, and it focuses on the governing board's governance culture. So the idea for this objective came from the presentation from Leading Resources, and they gave this to the governing board last February. The conversation focused on 5 habits to ensure high levels of performance throughout the organization, and habit 4 specifically centers around governing board developing itself so that it can effectively serve the organization's needs. This objective was developed thinking about how the governing board can implement the 5 habits, with a specific emphasis on habit 4, participation in the strategic plan, and then furthering the mission, vision, and goal of C2C. So thinking about how the office can emit and cultivate this governance culture, we're asking the advisory board to kind of implement this new standing agenda item. And the thought here is that we'll invite members to provide updates to fellow members and the public. And this allotted time will allow all members the opportunity to share strategic partnerships that they've established to support C2C communications, but also any other relevant community engagement work. I would like to note that since community engagement membership is diverse, that community ambassador work will look different and feel different for all of you, right? A counselor would look different than a student, which would look different than a researcher, which I know we don't have a researcher, but that's what just came to my mind. So it's also important to note that this may resonate with our 6 new members, right? So I don't know if you all remember on your application, but when the selection for advisory board's ad hoc committee met to develop the rubric for the selection of new community engagement members, there were 2 criteria specifically established related to community affiliation and community ambassadorship or actionable experience. So the prioritization of these criteria really affirms the importance of this work to the governing board, as well as C2C. So it's the office's intent in providing the time and space for these updates to elevate the work of you all, our members, and to provide transparency with the public, and then to foster a more collaborative, engaged, and proactive governance culture. So now that I've kind of provided that background and those details, I'd like to open it up to our members to share with us what you've been up to since well, I guess this is our first one, so there's a wide net here, but please feel free to share.
And we're just sharing anything. This is Meredith Curry-Nunez.
Yes.
Well, I'll share that for the Northern California College Promise Coalition. We're supporting the implementation of AB 288, the California Ban on Scholarship Displacement. So we have student scholarship provider and campus toolkits, and we'll be presenting at CASPA and the CSAC Summit for anybody who would like more information. But for those who are unfamiliar with the issue of scholarship displacement, it's a practice where when a student receives an outside private scholarship, another part of their financial aid is displaced or essentially removed, and so that it ends up in a net zero benefit to the students. So because this is the first year where the law is in effect, we are sharing those resources across the state.
Fantastic.
Thanks for the opportunity to share.
And so if helpful, again, I know, just anything that's related to C2C work, that was a fabulous example. Thank you so much. Or if you have any upcoming things that you'd like to use this as a platform, maybe it hasn't been done, but you're looking forward to doing it, and this might be a good podium to help get the word out? Member Nellen.
Chris Nellum, I think relevant, our team does something called data equity walks around the state. There are opportunities to engage people and to go to people, hopefully in an engaging way, about data. We talk about data, they interact with data on particular topics. We just did one in Los Angeles with a whole bunch of LA data. And always plug the data system as something we're excited about, as something that we see as progress. So I wanted to mention that. I don't know how many we've done, but we have a ton of requests for them. And then upcoming, we have what I think will be a really cool exhibit at the Huey P. Newton Center. It is a young folks, something that young folks really love. It's like an interactive, like you scan it and then you can see it like in the sky type data equity walk. So we're doing a standing exhibit about data in the Bay Area and the C2C data system discussed there. It'll be a standing exhibit. I don't recall for how long, but it will, I think, launch sometime in November. So you all will have this like cool interactive QR code that talks about the data system as part of that.
Hi, this is Marcos Pontes. I have, I think, 3 updates related to the work of C2C. I think the first one, I'll start with this one. I hope that's okay. I don't think it breaks any rules because the bill's dead now. But we were working on a bill, legislation that targets undocumented students. And I find the linkage between the bill to the first student audit, right, highlighting the struggles that undocumented students face when pursuing an education. For us, it was particularly around the issue of basic needs and undocumented students being excluded from the CalFresh program. We were seeking to create a pilot program of food benefits for undocumented students. Fortunately, the bill died. It got held up in Senate Appropriations Committee. So yeah, we'll continue to try to think about like what's the best strategy approach there to continue to create better support, state support for undocumented students. The second one is specific to the LA County region. We were awarded a grant by a group of funders, Funders Collaborative in LA County to launch a re-engagement campaign. So working with students who actually dropped out of college or students who graduated high school and never enrolled and helping them start their college journey. So we're launching a campaign for that. I think we're definitely inspired by the work that I think Riverside County Office of Education did in 2021. So there's a lot of those components included, but for us is one-to-one advising, communications campaign, and then higher ed coordination collaboration. So bringing stakeholders together so that we have a unified strategy approach. And then the final one too is for us at the Southern California College Attainment Network. We continue to host what we call Let's Go to College California, which is our online student community, a platform, online hub for students to be able to build just that peer-to-peer connection of students finding that they're not alone in their education journeys. So we have a website with a lot of college resources for folks. And then we also emphasize a strong social media strategy of connecting students via social media. They spend a lot of time there. So we're trying to figure out what are the best platforms where we can have a presence to be able to provide them with information and also just build community. So definitely Instagram and TikTok right now are our most popular platforms in this moment. So
yeah.
Member Jackie Morris, as part of the Youth Development Support Services training that took place with like over 400 students in Sac City Unified School District, I always incorporate the Cradle-to-Career, my conversations with California Colleges.edu, as well as the California College Guidance Initiative to kind of give an overview as to the umbrella of the work that we're working towards for our students and communities. So doing that, I also am supporting the California Student Aid Commission on October 20th. I'll be hosting hosting a statewide financial aid workshop, as I know Mayor's supporting one in her area to help our students and through us training the trainers, right? So training our counseling staff and those who are working with our students on either the financial aid, the FAFSA, or the California Dream Act. And so I will definitely be including California colleges.edu information as well as the Cradle-to-Career information in these meetings.
United LA, based in LA County for the last number of years, has been working with numerous members of the county community on the, I should get it wrong, LA Performance Pilot, LAP3, there's another P in there, never get the other P. Really looking at how to best serve these community youth in LA County. Recently, in conjunction with our partners, we held an event that was really based on what recommendations the county has to serve those youth. Data was a large piece of those recommendations. How can we ensure that we have data for those students? What can we do to make sure that those students are connected with other services through strong data connection and collaboration? I'll just say that the recommendations are being finalized the next few months, and I know that longitudinal data is incredibly important to the LA region in that regard. It will continue to be something uplifted by the LA region. So as it relates to C2C, which it absolutely does, it's something that will be formalized and absolutely bring it to y'all to take a look at and see what connectivity we have as we need to access data points.
Hello, Michelle Chang, Inaugural Director of Catalyze. It's a new collaborative funding, really trying to seek out innovations in career-connected learning. We have a new challenge that closes September 22nd. You can check us out at catalyzechallenge.org. Folks in education system, nonprofits are welcome to apply. We really want to fund and bring in innovation in this space for our young people. So please check us out. September 22nd is when our challenge closes.
Member Lorenzo Gamboa is part of the independent colleges, the AICCU, and a new initiative called the California Private Colleges Possible Initiative. We're trying to push private universities to travel across the state and really update counselors and everybody how financial aid and all that stuff works, especially as many families and students feel like private is unaccessible anymore. So.
Alexis Takagi, some upcoming things. I'm also going to be presenting at the California Student Aid Commission Summit in November, and then next month I'm presenting at an UndocuCon, so it's an undocumented conference with tons of local community colleges and the Bay Area as well. So hopefully I can amplify some of Cradle-to-Career's work there as well.
Wonderful. So I know that this was a new agenda item for members. I appreciate it. It was great to hear that report out. As we all know, a lot of the work happens outside of these board meetings, right? We only meet 3 times a year. So we really depend on you to make those community connections and bolster the work of Cradle-to-Career. And we appreciate your partnership and support. So we'll have our next report out in March, so you have plenty of time. And I know that we're running over. So let's go to our next agenda item, which is 12, looking at a community engagement board liaison. So folks that are following us at home, again, there's a companion material for this that you can find online. And the thought behind this is it was actually brought up at the June 6th Data and Tools, the Joint Advisory Board meeting that you all had. And a member suggested the implementation of an advisory board liaison. This would be a designated individual, one of you all, to be able to report out at the Data and Tools meetings. And so the thought here is that they would be able to be updated on the findings or details, anything relevant to community engagement work, things that we've talked about here today. It would be a 1-year-long commitment, and delegation of a new community engagement advisory board liaison would take place again fall 2024. And the upcoming Data and Tools meeting is on October 12th. So this is where we would showcase our first liaison, and they'd be able to act in their new capacity. So as I conclude my presentation here, Staff recommends, here's a helpful motion for y'all, should you need it, that the advisory board move to designate one member to serve as the community engagement advisory board liaison for data and tools. And then the second thought here is that for there to be a designation of a member to serve as a proxy, right? And the thought here is just that it's good practice to have a primary and a secondary. We know that life happens, but we don't want it to stop the good work of what we're doing here. So we'll have one primary person and then kind of somebody to stay updated and fill in should it be needed. And I'm happy to hear a motion on this, or I guess we could start with volunteers versus somebody getting voluntold.
Meredith Cardenas volunteer to be a proxy. I just know I can't make that meeting date.
Okay, all right. So there's a proxy. Wonderful.
Question, Marion Bates. The liaison presumably would be able to attend either in person or virtually at the Data and Tools meeting, depending on. So it would be a challenge to travel for those of you who are not in the Sacramento area. It could be either in person or virtual attendance because you'd be a presenter of an item. Very true.
What we can also do is we can take this offline and folks can maybe consider their calendars a little bit more and then reach out. We can move forward with a motion to designate a member. So it would give this, the staff the authority to work offline with whomever will volunteer after this meeting, if that's helpful to kind of keep momentum in this meeting today.
Michelle Chang, can I move to approve to designate member Curry Nunez as the proxy?
And then could I also, could we also get to have a liaison as well? So the two parts to the motion.
Okay, and the second part is to designate a liaison offline after this meeting.
Very helpful, thank you. Am I hearing a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. I'm happy to open it up for public comment. I'm seeing no hands at this time. I'll give you another moment. Seeing no change in status, I'm happy to open the clip. Happy to close the virtual room. We have no one here in Sacramento. Member Lopez Valdez, anyone in your room?
No one here.
Okay, we'll close public comment with none being reported at this time. And then we'll vote on this item. Member Chang? Member Curry Nunez?
Aye.
Member Gamboa?
Aye.
Member Gottlieb?
Aye.
Member Jediditis? Member Largo? Member Lopez? Member Lopez Valdez?
Aye.
Member Leverin?
Aye.
Member Montes?
Aye.
Member Nellum?
Aye.
Member Navarez?
Aye.
Member Nguyen?
Aye.
Member Rodriguez?
Aye.
Member Takaki?
Aye.
Member Viveros Walton? We have 13 ayes. The motion passes. Okay, thank you, members, and I look forward to hearing from you soon. Moving on to agenda item, our next agenda item, which is talking about 2024 meeting dates. Just a quick thought here is we don't have any dates established in the upcoming year. Feel free to look at our companion piece to this, which is also on our website. You'll notice that the dates are posted here in front of us. They're also in that staff report. And it's just helpful to note that when looking into these dates, staff kept in mind the current cadence of meetings, holidays observed by the state of California, and religious holidays of observance. So we have our proposed dates and a potential motion here on the next slide. And am I?
Lisa Rodriguez, I move to approve the proposed dates for 2024.
Am I hearing a second?
I second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to approve the proposed 2024 Community Engagement Advisory Board dates. We'll open it up for public comment. I'm not currently seeing any hands raised. I'll give it another second. Seeing no change in status, no one here in Sacramento. Member Lopez Valdez, can you confirm if you have anybody in your room?
No one here.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We will close public comment. For the clarity of the record, I'll repeat that we are voting on the 2024 proposed dates as presented. We have that motion, we have that second. Member Chang. Member Curry Nunez.
Aye.
Member Gamboa.
Aye.
Member Gottlieb.
Aye.
Member Juditas. Member Largo. Member Lopez. Member Lopez Valdez.
Aye.
Member Leverin.
Aye.
Member Montes.
Aye.
Member Nelum.
Aye.
Member Navarez.
Aye.
Member Nguyen.
Aye.
Member Rodriguez.
Aye.
Member Takagi.
Aye.
Member Viveros Walton. Okay, we have 11 ayes. The motion passes. Yes, please.
The July meeting would be the last meeting for the folks who are terming out
Yes,
after the second year, right?
that is correct. Thank you. A quick note on that, if helpful though, what we did this year was even if you term out, you're still eligible to submit that proposal. So should you want to submit a proposal next year or all of our second year term outs, you're still feel free to do so. And then you just come back and join us for a presentation. Thank you. And then also point on that one is that's traditionally meaning last year we did our joint meeting with our data and tools advisory board. Okay, brilliant. We've gotten to the point in our agenda that we'll now be opening it up for general public comment. So if there's anybody in our virtual space, as there's nobody here in Sacramento that would like to comment on any item that we didn't see here in our agenda, feel free to do so. And there will be a 2-minute time limit as we've seen throughout this meeting. I'm just confirming that I'm not seeing any hands raised, but should anybody like to comment, please raise your hand at this time. Seeing no change in status. Member Carla Lopez Valdez, anyone in your space?
No one here.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 16, which is future agenda items. So at this time, we'll open it up for members and then we'll go to members of the public. And it's your time to request any items that you would like to see in the future, maybe future presentations, future thoughts, future conversations. And I'll look to our members.
Jackie Navarez. Being that we are looking at the FAFSA and the California Dream Act changing, is there any way we could get a presentation in March from the California Student Aid Commission? I think that might be really helpful for us.
Thank you.
I was wondering if we could discuss the future population for the research that the research team is doing. A topic that we could have a larger conversation on that for the student audit
Student
or
experience
for
audit.
any other research projects. If we can get our input, that'd be a future.
Perfect, thank you. Other member thoughts? Sorry, member Nguyen.
I was wondering if we could get any recaps on community conversations. As members.
Thank you.
And by like the community conversations, I mean like the ones that C2C hosts, not like not from us, because I know we have the agenda item ready.
Yes.
Got it.
Very clear.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, please.
Yeah. I think this will be fine, right? Because our next meeting is till March. Maybe just diving deep a little bit more into like what's going to be this like social media strategy for Cradle-to-Career once the community engagement team gets their folks in.
Just Alexis Takagi, just adding on to that, I think also like, I don't know if this would be a future agenda item, but something that I would want to follow up on is the toolkits that we have access to. So when we're going out in our community, our messaging is consistent, and we know like what to post and things like that, just so we can better represent C2C in our communities.
Got it. Thank you.
I'm Gottlieb. I forget the exact language in the governor's executive order, but I know there is an advisory or not advisory committee, for overseeing board of it. I'm not sure if by March it will be in place, but maybe a presentation when it is in place of their work, their goals, how the C2C would fit into it a little more than as we know more. You did a wonderful presentation earlier, but as we know more, and then how we can be involved in that.
Thank you.
Sorry, one more, Marcos again. Just wanted to, and this actually, I'll start with a question, right? Recommendations to improve the proposal process. I know you said an ad hoc would be looking at that. Does C2C staff suggest that we like submit proposals to the ad hoc, or would it be better to discuss amongst this board as a future agenda item?
It's a question of timing. You won't meet again until March. The committee that updates the governance manual meets between November and February. One option that you could consider as individuals would be to share ideas and public comment in the committee meetings of that ad hoc committee. The other thing we can do is to share out notes from this meeting and some of the things that you mentioned with the committee and say, here's some of the information that we heard at your meeting today on that process. You could certainly discuss it at a future meeting. It may just be for a later cycle of updates.
Yeah, no agenda item.
Okay. Jackie Navarez, I'm looking at with regards to the October agenda, knowing that californiacollege.edu, we are continuing to scale it. So I think it might be nice in the University of California elements going to be added on in a much more deeper resounding way. And I know there's some other items that they're working on. So I think it might be really good to hear the updates from them at that juncture, especially as we're advising our public with college applications.
Just a few items here.
That's why we're here though, right?
100%, yes. Got one more time for a joking. Perfect. Okay, thank you so much, members. So we'll now, I'm not seeing any other hands, but I don't believe I'm missing them. So we'll now open it up for public comment to see if there's any other folks. We have no one here in Sacramento, so if there's anybody in our virtual room that would like to raise their hand, please do so at this time. I'm not seeing any hands. Seeing no change in status, we'll close public comment. And member Lopez Valdez in our Zoom room, do you have any folks in your space?
No one here.
Okay, perfect. Now we will officially close public comment and we'll go to agenda item 17. So just a few thoughts. Thank you so much, everybody, to our speakers, to our members, to the members of the public. We had a lot of folks, a lot of participation, a lot of dialogue. So there was a lot of really great things shared. We really depend on your participation to make this a rich experience. And I think we really checked that box today. So the office has plenty to work on before our next meeting. Thank you so much for allowing us this opportunity again to collaborate and work together. And we look forward to how this process continues to roll out. I do want to highlight our next meeting will be on Wednesday, March 20th, as we just decided on this communally, yay. So at that time, we'll be looking at our first ever feasibility study. based upon member Curry Nunez's proposal. And again, we'll host people in person and hopefully folks will dial in with us via Zoom. So thank you so much. I'll be adjourning this meeting at 3:14 p.m. today. Thank you.